Hey, everybody. I know I'm not who you were expecting, but court went live, so we are going to go live a little bit early. Jason is at the courthouse. So, with that being said, I'm going to show the trial while he is there. We'll be hearing from him a little bit later, but let's watch trial, shall we? Let me pull it. Let me pull it up for you because um, she went live early. So here we go.
I'm going to get signed in and make sure that my tech issues from yesterday are fixed. And as soon as we get the word that the jury is going to be here, we'll get started. Ms. Hilton, I know you probably don't have that much of an
Give me
idea
a
of
one in
how
the chat if you can
long
hear everything.
Mr.
Okay.
Copeland's testimony is going to be, but what's your best estimate?
Your Honor, the state would like, good morning, the state would like to complete Mr. Copeland by Friday.
Do you think it'll be that the whole week?
If a good guesstimate,
Okay.
would be by Friday.
All right. Well, we can check back in on that later in the week, but
Easy
make
to pick
sure
up his
that
name and dress like Woody.
in the event things for some reason start to move faster, you've got your next witness lined up and ready to go.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
She always looks nice. Court volume's low. Okay. There we go. I think so. I know he's there. Microphone's turned off already. Thank you, Big Bob. While they're getting their tech issues straight, Jason is at the courthouse today. So y'all are stuck with me streaming the trial so we can get both perspectives. Hey, Monica Mo Justice. The jury will be there in 4 minutes. I have a video we can watch until the jury gets there, or do we want to watch them shuffle their paperwork? You guys just let me know in chat. We have a video from We Watch YouTube that's amazing.
Do we have Mr. Copeland? All right, you want to go ahead and
Oh, well, never
get him
mind.
on the stand?
They're gonna put him on the stand, so I digress. Hey, Foster Cathead, how are you doing? She is early as always. We'll watch the video at break. And then Robin, KSQ, Yvette, Manel. Come on, come on, come on. Kamal, come on. Richard.
Good morning. All right,
Oh, he's
everybody.
chilling this morning. He ain't sharp dressed man this morning. He's chilling. Bruce. Yes, we will hear from him later, Bruce. Yes, I already talked to him. He is at the courthouse. Hey, Grandma. That's fine, Q. I know, no suit today. Gino. Amsterdam. To me, what were some of y'all's favorite Woody quotes from yesterday? Bitter Lily. Because there was some bangers. Mine was, I'm gonna say whatever I gotta say to be the victim. I was like, at least he's honest. I have a clip if you want it, Robert. Hey, Robin.
Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope y'all had a restful evening last night. One thing I meant to tell y'all yesterday, but I'll tell y'all this morning, if there's ever a time that y'all feel like you need to stand up and stretch or just move around while we're in the testimony, feel free to do that. I mean, it shouldn't be distracting to anybody. And I know, believe me, I know that sitting all day long can kind of get uncomfortable sometimes. So just feel free to do that if y'all need to. All right.
What's
Ms. Wilson,
uncomfortable
you
is his
can go ahead
trial.
with your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Copeland.
Good morning.
Now, yesterday when we left off, you were speaking about this infinity that was rented about that you gave to Threat, I guess the day before Donovan Thomas was murdered. Is that correct? Yesterday when we left off, Were you speaking about the Infinity that was rented by Thug that you gave to Threat the day before Donovan Thomas was murdered?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall yesterday talking about giving an Infinity to Threat? Do you need me to repeat the question?
Yeah.
Okay. Yesterday, do you recall testifying about giving the Infinity to Threat?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And you said that you gave Threat that Infinity after you and Little D from Cleveland Avenue spun out that Infinity on the highway. Is that correct?
I don't recall.
You don't recall what you said yesterday?
I didn't tell you that yesterday. Actually, I gave Threat the cut yesterday.
Okay. Did you also talk about you spinning out the car on the highway yesterday as well?
I don't recall.
All right. And when you gave Threat the car that was at the studio off of Northside Drive?
I ain't for sure which one it was, but
Would this be the studio that's 675 Metropolitan Parkway?
Metropolitan?
Yes.
No.
Is this the studio that?
I don't recall which studio it was.
If you saw a picture, would you recognize it?
Recognize what?
The studio.
Hell, no.
When you dropped the car off to the studio, do you know if Thug was inside the studio?
I didn't go in.
Okay. But do you know if he was there or not, although you did not go in?
I didn't allow it.
Do you know if he was there?
I don't know.
Back in 2015, how often would you go to the studio?
Not much.
Okay, when you say not much, what does that mean?
I like to be in the streets.
Okay, so how often would you go to the studio?
I just said I don't know.
Okay, would it be once a week, once a month, every couple of months?
I don't recall.
Now, you said that you gave Threat the vehicle, you said you gave Threat the Infinity, and you don't know what happened next. Is that correct?
I said I gave Threat the car
Okay.
and I left.
Do you know if Threat gave the car back to Thug?
I don't recall. I don't know.
Okay. This was the car that Thug rented, correct?
I don't recall.
Yesterday, didn't you testify this was the car that Thug rented?
Shit, I guess I don't know. Like,
You don't know if Thug rented the car or not?
yesterday you asked me, did I go to a rental car place with him?
Yes. And what was your answer?
What did I tell you?
You tell me.
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, once you gave Threat the vehicle and you left, when did you find out about Nut being killed?
I don't recall.
Did anyone tell you that Threat killed Nut?
Didn't?
Sustained.
Why did you bring up that you gave the Infinity to Threat? Why did you tell me that yesterday?
Because I did.
Okay. And why did you tell me that?
What you mean? Why did I tell you that?
Yeah. Why was yesterday the first time that you ever mentioned giving Threat the Infinity?
Because y'all sitting here like y'all know what y'all talking about when y'all don't.
Okay. So why didn't you tell the police that back in 2015?
Because I ain't trying to go to jail.
why would you go to jail for giving someone a car?
Same way y'all take me to jail for everything else.
Okay, but is there a crime to give someone a car?
Sustained.
Why did you think you would get in trouble for giving someone a car?
I don't recall.
Were you trying to insinuate because you gave Threat the car, that Threat must have had something to do with Nuts' murder?
Huh?
In telling me yesterday that you gave the affinity to Threat, were you trying to infer that Threat must have had something to do with Nuts' murder?
I don't know what Threat did.
Okay, so why did you tell me about giving Threat the affinity?
Because you put me up here to tell the truth.
Okay. Is there some truth? Did Threat kill Nut?
I gotta answer that.
Yeah, do you have an answer?
I don't know what Threat did.
Okay. Back in 2015, did you tell the police that Threat killed Nut?
No.
Okay. Did you tell police that other individuals killed Nut?
I'm gonna protect Threat.
Okay, but you didn't protect the other people that you talked about?
Me and Threat been friends since 2001.
Okay. Are you closer to Shannon than you are to Threat?
I'm closer to Threat than I am any person in the street.
Okay, but when you were talking about who you were close with, you never mentioned Threat to the police back in 2015, is that correct?
That's my partner in crime.
Okay, but in 2015, when they asked you, who are you closest to? You never mentioned Threat, correct?
Right? Because I know the police trying to get me.
Okay, but you talked about being very close to Little D, correct?
Because the D is a pretty boy.
You talked about being very close to Shannon, correct?
Because Shannon is a pretty boy too.
Okay, but all the pictures, do you remember the pictures that we showed you back in June?
Right?
They only had you, Shannon, and Little D primarily, correct?
This one, I'm not on that other type of time.
Okay. Do you have a lot of pictures with Threat?
Yes.
Okay. Back in 2015.
We have a lot of pictures together.
Why would you tell on Shannon and not on Threat when you're talking about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Because telling is being honest. Lying is lying. I'm gonna protect Threat.
Why would you make up anything on Shannon when you said to the police,
It's
those
easy.
are your friends, even though they're pretty boys, those are your friends. So why would you make it up as to Shannon and not tell the police about Threat?
Because the thing is, if a person ain't do it, they ain't do it. So no matter what I tell the police, they didn't do it. So I ain't gotta be like, okay, I'm telling the truth by saying they did it. Okay, they didn't do it, so the police can't lock them up for something they didn't do. But if I say Threat did it and Threat actually did it, then that's a different story.
Are you telling us that Threat did it?
I ain't said Threat did nothing.
Okay. So did Threat kill Donovan?
I don't know.
Are you now bringing anything about Threat because he's deceased and now can't come in here and defend himself with whatever it is that you're saying?
I'm up here to tell the truth. You going back into the past and I done told you 1.5 times that I don't lie. So you put me up here to tell the truth. The truth of the matter was I gave Threat the car.
Okay. And that's all that you did was gave Threat the car.
That's all I recall.
And you gave him the car at the studio. And once you gave him the car, what did you do?
I don't recall.
Did you go home to Deshaun's house?
I don't recall.
So how is that you recall giving Threat the car, but you can't remember anything else that day?
I probably geeked up.
Geeked up when, now or then?
I don't do drugs now.
Okay. So how is it today? You can remember that you gave Threat the car, but you can't remember anything else you did back in January 2015.
I don't recall
You don't recall what?
nothing.
Okay, so you don't recall that threat that you gave the car the threat?
That's what you want me to say?
I want you to answer truthfully, Mr. Copeland.
I think I just said I don't recall.
Now, yesterday you testified that Gaither and the police were out to get you. Is that fair? That you said that yesterday?
You told me yourself that they did me wrong.
I asked you a specific question.
Yes.
Okay. Isn't it true that in 2015 you would call Gaither if something happened in the streets?
Because I'm playing on her.
Okay. But isn't it true that in the January interview that you met with Gaither and Dennis, you called her to let her know that they were shooting at you?
Because I ain't no telling what I did back to them.
Okay. And it was after you called her that you went to the studio.
I don't recall calling no Gaither telling her anything. I don't recall.
In the interview, didn't she tell you, I waited up here for you because you called me?
I don't recall.
And that she was actually getting ready to get off of work, but since you called her, she waited for you.
I don't recall.
All right. Isn't it true that in the February interview, after you were shot at and your daughter and your child's mother was shot at, when they told you you needed to give the gun to someone, you said, I'm gonna call Gaither and I'm gonna give it to Gaither?
I don't recall.
Isn't it also true in May of 2015, when you were originally detained at the Dunbar Center with the gun, that they took you over to Turner Field because you asked to speak to Gaither?
I don't recall.
No. And that Gaither met you at Turner Field, correct?
Listen, that's a lie.
She didn't meet you at Turner Field?
You got the police report. The police they got me said that every time they get me, they gotta notify the gang unit to come get me
Did you?
when they touch me.
So you did not call and ask for them to speak to Gaither?
No,
Okay. And did you meet with Gaither at Turner Field?
no, I was in the back of the police car in handcuffs.
Did Gaither meet you at Turner Field while you were back in the car in handcuffs?
I don't recall.
And matter of fact, that day, did you get released
And,
from Turner Field? Did you get released?
Yeah, I guess.
Did you go to jail the day that you met Gaither at Turner Field? Did you go to jail that day?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Okay. You didn't get arrested for that gun at the Dunbar Center until June of 2015, correct?
I guess.
And isn't it true that even after you got arrested in June of 2015, that once you were in jail, you called Gaither multiple times to speak to her from jail?
I don't recall calling her from jail.
You don't recall having Deshaun call Gaither multiple times for you?
I don't recall.
And didn't you want Gaither to come and meet with you at the jail so you can give her more information?
Speak on the facts. If she want that gun and she keep asking me for a gun and I ain't giving her the gun, what make you think I'm getting her truthful information? If I trust her so much and I always call her, why I won't get her the gun? It's self-explanatory.
Didn't you tell her you didn't give her the gun because Shannon had taken the gun to Miami or taken the gun while he was on tour with Thug?
No, I don't know what I don't told her, but I'm not gonna give her no evidence on me.
And wasn't Deshaun actually frustrated with you because you wanted to call Gaither so much and she didn't want you to call and speak to Gaither?
Cause they knew what I was doing.
I want to go back to the February 20th interview. Now, I just asked you about Detective Gaither and speaking with her. Isn't it true that in the February 20th interview, you told Detective, I had came down here and talked to Officer Gaither and somehow word hit the street. I told Gaither a lot of stuff, but it did not get out. But just this time, it hit the streets. Now people looking at me sideways. Do you recall telling the detectives that?
I don't recall nothing I told. I don't recall what I don't told the detectives. I tell them anything that what they'll go for, what I think I can convince them to go for.
And did you also tell the detectives, excuse me, the detectives told you that you needed to actually keep in touch with Gaither and lay very low. And you told them, I'll keep in touch with her and I'm going to give her the gun.
Did I give her a gun?
I didn't ask you that. I asked you, what did you tell the police?
I don't recall what I told them, but I would have told them anything, get them out my face.
Now, back in 2015, did people believe that you were the reason that you were a bad influence?
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. Back in 2015, did you tell police that you were the reason that Thug's name kept coming up?
I'll
And-
allow that. That's okay. Thought that might be a different question, but you can ask that question.
Thank you. In the February interview, did you tell the police that you were the reason that Thug's name was getting involved in all of this beef and drama with YFN and If Gang?
I don't recall nothing I told the police.
Okay. Did you say to the police, I heard someone say, I'm the reason. They said that I pulled Thug into this. I'm the reason they bring Thug name up. Thug has something to do with it because of me. Folks going around saying I'm trying to mess up his career. How the hell am I messing up his career? I had nothing to do with it. I didn't. I don't know what the hell is going. Sorry. I had nothing to do with this. I didn't. I don't know what the hell is going on.
I would tell the police anything to get them out my face.
Okay. Now, after this February interview, were you then arrested later on that day on a probation violation?
Y'all locked me up so many times. I don't keep record of this stuff.
Okay. Going back to the pictures from yesterday. I'm showing you 378 Yankee Charlie 1 and 378 Yankee Delta 1. Is Yankee Charlie 1 February 20th, 2015?
How I supposed to know which one of them is it?
Look at 378 Yankee Charlie 1. Do you see that on the paper?
Okay,
Do you see the date that's on the top?
Friday.
What's the day?
Friday.
What's the
All
date?
right, we already established yesterday it was February 20th, so
Yeah.
just ask the question.
Looking at both of those, is one you're in the jumpsuit and one you are not in the jumpsuit?
Right.
Okay. And is one on the February 20th and the other one on February 21st?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay. So after you left your interview on February 20th, were you arrested on a probation violation?
Huh?
After you left the interview on February 20th, were you arrested on a probation violation?
It's worse than that. We'll talk about it.
The next day, are you in
Oh,
blue
yes.
jumpsuit?
You said when I left,
Okay. Do you remember when you were arrested?
the papers got the next day. I don't know if it's the same day or the next day.
Okay. But when you came back, you spoke to Detective Gaither on the second time on February 21st, correct?
This what it looked like in the picture.
All right. And during that interview, she was trying to get you to tell them what happened regarding the shooting of your child and the shooting at you, your child, and your child's mother, correct?
I recall.
And during that interview, you actually begin the interview not talking about the shooting, but talking about what was happening between If Gang and you, because people thought you killed Nut, correct?
I don't recall what I told the investigators. I was just saying whatever come out of the top of my dome to get them out for me.
And during that interview, did you then again reiterate to Detective Gaither that you did not kill Nut and you didn't have anything to do with it,
I
correct?
don't recall what I told no investigator.
And you also began to tell Detective Gaither again what
Early
occurred
this
the
morning,
night
Paula.
that Nut was murdered, once you learned that Nut was murdered, correct?
I don't recall nothing I told the investigators.
Okay. You also told Detective Gaither in this interview that you learned from Little D that Nut got killed.
That's what I told the police.
Is that what you told Detective Gaither?
I don't recall nothing I told the investigators. If you call me in here to tell the truth, you got to stop going back into the past.
Okay.
Stay strong,
And you
Woody.
also-
Stay strong.
Told her about being at Carver home at your baby mom's house that earlier in the day that Nut got killed, correct?
I don't recall nothing I told. Who you said I said this to?
Detective Gaither.
I don't recall nothing I said to Gate.
And matter of fact, you told her that you came down on your own that morning to let the police know that you had nothing to do with Nut's murder, correct?
I don't recall nothing I told the investigators.
Now, did you also talk to Detective Gaither about your fear of being labeled a snitch?
I don't recall.
When she asked you to tell her about who shot at you and your child's mother, you told her, I try my best, man, to just because if I help you tell you anything and make it even worse. And she asked, what makes it worse? Now I'm a snitch. Now this and that.
I don't recall.
And she asked you, you worried about snitching? And you said, I just want to get out of jail and just stay out the way.
I don't recall.
Now, you also talked to Detective Gaither in the same interview about trivia as well, correct?
I don't recall.
And you told Detective Gaither that trivia provides a lot of information about Kel to Muntul,
I don't recall.
and that's where you all get a lot of your information regarding If Gang, correct?
I don't recall.
And that's because Trivia was dating Shell Kel and Muntul, correct?
I don't know who she date.
Okay. Did you tell Detective Gaither that Trivia was dating both Muntul and Shell Kel?
I don't recall nothing that I made up to the police.
Now, we just talked about you calling Gaither the night that they were shooting at you on the highway. Do you recall yourself today calling Gaither the night that they shot at you on the highway?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. Now, do you recall Detective Gaither in this interview asking you who shot at you, your child, and your child's mother?
I don't recall.
And that you told her that the person looks like you think it was Tay?
I don't recall.
Do you also recall telling Detective Gaither in this interview, which is now February 21st of 2015, that after they shot at you on the highway, that people from the opposite gang posted it on Instagram? So people from If Gang posted it on Instagram?
I don't recall.
Did you also tell Detective Gaither you had concerns that if people learned that you were talking to police and it gets out, it was going to make this stuff get worse for you? You're staring. Are you going to respond?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Okay, so real quick, what happened with Attorney Melnick? There has been something else breaking, so we'll just go over it really fast. Real quick, Attorney Melnick has been fired. A statement from Judge Whitaker come out about it, and also Attorney Kayla Bumpus apparently has also been fired. And this is just a statement on Fox Atlanta 5 that Attorney Melnick and Attorney Kayla Bumpus have also been fired. So that's the information that I have. That's from Fox Atlanta 5. And so we're going to dive back into the trial and we'll go over it in detail at the break. And so here we go. I'm going to put it on 1.25 until we get caught up. Okay. All right.
In this February interview, did you tell detectives that you knew it was Tay because you knew what he looked like and that you used to play ball with him at Carver?
My right-handed guard. Tay never shot at me, my child, and my baby mom.
I actually, did you tell detectives?
I don't recall.
And that you had concern because you had brought him to your house before?
I don't recall.
And matter of fact, didn't you send Detective Gaither a picture of Tay from Instagram telling her that this is the person who you believe shot at you?
I don't recall.
And matter of fact, when you were speaking with her, she said to you, you can start out by who is it? You sent me this picture. Which one is it? And you responded, it's the guy standing by in the brown.
Say that again.
When she asked you if it was the Instagram picture that you sent to her, when you were identifying Tay, she asked you, you can start out by who is it? You sent me this picture. Which one is it? And your response was, it's the guy standing by in the brown.
I don't recall.
Fired, not suspended. But apparently, Judge Whitaker made sure that Woody does have counsel, so he does have a lawyer there today.
As relates to being a snitch, did you also tell Detective Gaither that you were concerned being labeled a snitch because other individuals were being tortured because they were considered being a rat?
You done?
Yes, the question is finished.
Being a snitch is someone who telling the police the truth.
Were you concerned being labeled a snitch because you were telling the truth to detectives back in January 2015?
I done did so much stuff in my life. Being labeled a snitch, I don't recall.
Okay. Specifically, you told her, I see how boy is living. And she asked you, how's he living? And you said, hell, he gets tortured everywhere he go. He a fucking rat, this and that. And I turn around, I'm in the same shoes he is. I don't know if he did whatever he had going on. I have not done none of this. It's just like only reason I know this much information is because I be around so many people. I get the word.
It's cap.
Okay. And we say it's cap. What does that mean?
I don't recall.
Earlier, you said that the person that you be with the most is Threat back in 2015, correct?
No, I say this my best friend.
That's your best friend. In this interview in February of 2020, when you were asked, who were you around? Isn't it true that you said, it's only two people I fuck with, Shannon and Little D. If I'm not with Shannon, me and Little D, we together all the time.
I wasn't gonna tie myself in with Threat.
Why? At this point in time, why?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you said, matter of fact, yeah, we together all the time. The only two I've been with.
I don't recall.
Now, you're saying that you were lying to the detectives. When they asked you for the gun, did you tell Detective Gaither, listen, Gaither, I tell you, I'm not going to lie, man. I'm going to get you the gun. He didn't want to give me the gun, this and that. I told the detectives, give me a couple of days, and I want to get the gun for you. And isn't it true? Is that what you, excuse me, do you recall telling Detective Gaither that?
I don't recall telling her. I don't know what I tell Gaither anything, but one thing I ain't gonna do, I ain't gonna be no fool.
Okay.
I'm not giving myself up.
And isn't it true that in June, you finally gave Detective Gaither the reason why you could not give her the gun?
Because she caught me again, right? I don't recall what I don't say in no interview, but I'm not stupid to get a police no gun. Especially Gaither.
In this February 21st interview, did you also tell Detective Gaither again about this meeting with a man named Mo, and he gave you 97 days to live? Did you tell Detective Gaither about this meeting?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true? You told Detective Gaither. Mo said I have 97 days to live. If I ain't dead in 97 days, they gonna shoot a Mechanicsville until they kill me. The word come back to me. Moontoon seen somebody downtown. They were If gang. He's like, damn, what up with y'all? What y'all got going on? Niggas like, it was a misunderstanding, bro. They made it seem like we come to get everybody. We beefing with the whole If gang. Nah, it's just Kel and everybody up under Kel, and they all beefing with me.
But I would post up in the middle of my neighborhood every day.
Okay. Were you all beefing with the whole If gang?
I don't recall.
And when you say we were beefing with the whole If gang, were you talking about YSL?
I'm from Canterville.
Now, during that interview in February 21st, do you recall another detective coming to speak with you about an unrelated issue?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Do you recall someone coming in and talking to you about another murder?
If you say,
Okay. And during that interview, she talked to you about being a part of YSL, correct?
I don't recall. What I talked to with any of these police is about, I just know that I was trying to get them out of me. And I'm finna make up whatever, if they bring up whatever topic, I'm finna make up something to get them out of me. I'm a victim in every situation. I'm an innocent in everything I do.
Do you recall her asking you, you was Billy Blood? And your response was, I was, but. And she didn't ask you, what are you now? And your response is, that's the point. They got mad because I didn't go back with Inglewood because I hang with Thug and I'm YSL.
I don't recall saying that.
And then you also continue to say that the Inglewood family people were also mad at Little D because he used to be Inglewood. And when he got in, excuse me, strike that. You also continue to say that Inglewood was mad at Little D as well, correct?
I don't recall.
And that when Little D got jumped by MDC, they laughed at him because they thought YSL should have helped him out in the club.
YSL is not a game. So you can't, y'all keep trying to.
MDC, they laughed at him because they thought YSL should have helped him out in the club.
YSL is not a game. So you can't, y'all keep trying to attach that to things that go on. If YSL was a game and you saying that I was Billy Blood and Lady was If game, how the hell, excuse my language, how would all us be YSL if we all supposed to be this and that and that? It don't make sense. If you're a gang, you only gonna be one thing.
Doesn't YSL have both Blood and Crip gang members?
YSL is a record label.
Were you ever signed to YSL as a record label?
Y'all keep locking me up.
Were you ever signed to YSL as a record label?
No,
When you got out of jail and you were doing your rap videos, were you signed to YSL?
I was signed to somebody else.
Okay, so you've never been on YSL, the record label, correct?
Okay.
So when we're talking about you was Billy Blood, but now I'm with Thug and them, I'm YSL. Billy Blood is not a record label,
But
correct?
when you speaking on gang,
Is Billy Blood a record label?
All right, well, he didn't seem to be answering. Go ahead and answer the question that's on the floor.
Is Billy Blood a record label?
I don't know what Billy Blood is.
So when she asked
Saying it wrong?
you was Billy Blood, you said I was, but
I'm talking to the police, so I don't recall what I don't say it to them. But when you're trying to say gang, it's a difference. When you put that gang on things, you go into where I was. I was a 30 deep gang member. You can't say I was a YSL gang member. YSL was never considered a gang. Y'all making it a game.
when you responded, I didn't go back to Inglewood because I hang with Thug and I'm YSL. Did you say I'm part of YSL, a record label?
So listen. It's not a game. You know what I mean? It don't matter how y'all try to put it, how y'all trying to see it. A gang is these people right here, everybody right here, and everybody. You can't put Crips and Bloods together and say that this is a game. Because if the Crips and Bloods get into it and everybody that's saying that, they YSL, they got to pick what they're going to choose. You can't say, like when I was down the road and then people like, oh, that's Woody. He be with Young Thug, such. And the Blood's like, well, he not Blood. And then the Crips like, well, so when they get in, it don't make sense. Y'all got to get that. Y'all don't know what y'all talking about. Y'all in here trying to make something more than what it is. It's not.
Is Duke a Crip?
I don't know. Ask Duke.
I'm asking you.
I don't recall.
Okay. And is Duke a part of YSL?
Ask Duke.
I'm asking you.
But we speaking on game.
I asked you a simple question. Is Duke a Crip?
I don't know. I'm not a Crip. Never was.
That's not what I asked you.
I can't tell you who's a Crip and who's a Blood.
Do you know if Duke is a Crip?
I know I'm a civilian.
Overruled.
Do you know if Duke is a Crip?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you know if Duke is a member of YSL?
I don't recall.
Also, in this February interview with Detective Gaither, did you also speak to her about the gambling house shooting that occurred in Lakewood?
I don't recall.
Did you tell her the whole time it come back on Kel and them? Because there's a little gambling house we go hang out and gamble. We go there, we gamble, we come out and leave. Kel and them in the bushes. Kel, Stewie, they never mentioned the third person name. They in the bushes. They start shooting at us and they shot so many times. Shit, I was just glad to be alive.
I don't recall.
And when she asked you what gambling house, you said in Lakewood. They shot so many times, damn near shot everybody's car, but they missed everybody and grazed one person across his back. But when the police came, he had already left. Couple people left, but it was Kel.
I don't recall.
And in fact, you told Detective Gaither the reason why you found out it was Kel is because he got into it with Gucci Red, and she came back and told you all that it was Kel that shot up the gambling house.
I'm talking to the police. I'm going to tell them anything to get them out my face. I don't recall what I don't told them. So you keep asking me the same, these questions about what I told the police. Ask me about what's going on today. I don't recall about no lies I don't told in the past.
Back in 2015, were you afraid to come to court to testify if you had to against Tay?
Can you say it again?
Sure. Back in 2015, when you had this interview with Detective Gaither, were you afraid that you would have to come to court to testify against Tay?
Miss Hills, you know I'm not afraid of nothing that's walking on this earth.
Okay.
You know that.
Looking at that interview, did you tell Detective Gaither, if I describe him in your case, I will have to come to court?
I don't recall what I don't told the investigator, whatever you call them.
And then you also asked Detective Gaither, if you point him out, meaning Tay, that's going to make it in his discovery packet.
I don't recall nothing I don't told the investigators.
And matter of fact, Detective Gaither said to you, I mean, if you identify him, you a victim. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and say it's not going to eventually come out.
I don't recall nothing I told the investigators.
And you told her, man, I know if I do this, shit just going to get worse and worse.
Ms. Hills, I don't recall nothing I don't told the investigators.
And you continue to say, nah, I'm worried about he get locked up, he get the discovery. See, I circle his picture and put my name on there. And he gonna send it to the street, say I told on him. And they gonna put it on Instagram and Twitter, and they gonna tell everybody. And then I'm gonna just be like, boy, then nobody won't be around me.
But the God honest truth is he never shot at me.
Okay. But back in 2015, your concern was if you pointed him out, you'd be labeled a snitch, correct?
No, my concern was that they locked him up for something that he didn't do. You know what I mean? Like, I don't recall, you know what I mean? I don't recall what I don't told the investigators, but telling them the truth be the last thing I ever do.
And matter of fact, you kept asking, I'm gonna have to come to court, correct?
I don't recall what I just said to the investigators.
And at that point, she tried to encourage you to pick him out of the photographic lineup, correct?
I don't recall.
And then you asked her, what do I have to do then? And she asked you, what you have to do then what? And you said, after I snitch. And she said to you, it's not snitching, it's telling the truth. If you call it snitching, you circle the person you know that shot at you.
It's snitching when you telling the truth.
And that's what your concern was, correct?
Not if y'all sitting here trying to make me say somebody shot at me that they didn't shoot at me. But if this way gonna take, because they keep saying here, you gonna let people shoot at you while you got your child? I'm tired of you keep asking me something. I don't know who shot at me. If I knew who shot at me, I don't recall.
He almost said it there. I who shot it? I don't know.
Now,
Can we please move the paper shuffler away from the microphone?
you said that everything you told the detectives is a lie. But didn't you also tell detectives that every time you hung around with Young Thug, he told you he was gonna show you some new shit? That he's gonna show you a new way of life?
I don't recall what I done told the investigators.
Was that a lie?
I don't recall what I told the investigators.
Did Young Thug tell you at some point in time back in 2015 he's gonna show you a new life?
What the hell? My life was all right. So I don't recall him telling me that.
Did you travel with Thug on tour?
No, I never traveled with him on tour.
Did you ever travel with him on a plane?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Did you ever go to Miami with him?
Yes, I have.
Did he ever give you money to post up in the club?
Nope. I want to pay somebody your money.
Did you tell the police that he would give you money at times to flash in the club?
I tell the police, what you don't tell them this is my money? They gonna want to know where I got it from?
Did you also tell the police that Thug told you to have your girl find a place in Cobb County so you can lay low for a while and that he was gonna help you out and pay for it?
I tell the police anything to get them out my face at the time. I don't recall what I done told them.
Did Thug offer to pay for some place for you and your girl to live to lay low?
Did he ever do it?
That's not the question I asked you.
No, I made it up. I don't recall what I don't say. I don't know. I don't even know if I said that to the police.
So are you saying today that Thug never offered to have you to lay low and pay for a place?
Thug never did nothing for me besides let me travel with him to his concerts, shows, or whatever you want to call it.
Didn't you tell the police after they asked you this question? They asked you, Thug can't get no money to get your girl to move? And you said, I know he will, but I'm in jail. They asked you, I mean, what? To send word to send word. If he's going to look out, he would. Sorry. I mean, what? To send word is to send word. If he's going to look out, he will, jail or not. And your response is, he said, find somewhere in Cobb or Clayton County. They won't come there. He said, don't bring anybody to the house.
I don't recall nothing I don't told to the police.
Now, you said that you was a member of 30 Deep. So 30 Deep again?
Nah, I just said that, but
Was 30 Deep also known as the Blue Jeans Bandit?
I don't know. That what y'all labeled it?
Have you ever heard 30 Deep be a reference as?
I don't recall.
What Bloods are part of YSL?
Huh?
What Bloods are part of YSL?
What you mean? What Bloods are a part of YSL? You can't. I don't recall.
Do you know what other Crips are part of YSL?
I don't recall.
And earlier, did I hear you clearly when you said YSL has Crips and Blood, so it can't be a gang? Did you say that?
'Cause you got to understand, if you're a gang, right? So you a Bloods. The Bloods won't let you say that you YSL or you 30 Deep or you MDC. You're going to even be Blood and whatever that is, Crip or whatever that is. You can't be two, three different things. Like, where they do that at? Who your loyalty gonna be with? If you claim you 3 different games, anything liable to go down.
Is your loyalty to YSL?
Is what?
Your loyalty
My
to
loyalty
YSL?
to myself. You keep saying YSL. What YSL ain't got nothing to do with me or the streets.
I just asked you whether or not Thug gave you money to flex on the stage, and your response was he did not give you money, correct?
I tell the investigators anything. That's what my response was.
In that January 28th interview, did you tell them Thug gave me money and I'm on stage flexing the money?
I don't recall what I told no police.
And as it relates to Miami, in that same January 28th interview, did you tell the police Thug had a show? He took me to the show with him. Thug had a show. I think it had to be in Miami because it was on a Sunday. We flew to Miami on a plane. While we in Miami, they was like in the club, this and that.
I don't recall what I done made up to tell the police.
After this February 21st interview, did you go to jail?
Can you say that again?
After you were finished with this February interview, did you go to jail?
I don't know what you.
After you left that interview, when you're in the blue jumpsuit, did they take you to jail?
Huh?
After you left the interview on February 21st with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis, did you go to jail?
Did they take me back to the jail?
Did they take you back to the jail?
I'm pretty sure they did.
Okay. And were you released in March of 2015 from your probation matter?
After y'all false arrest me,
Were you released from jail in March of 2015 from the
I'll release. I don't know when.
Okay. After March of 2015, before June, did you ever go back to jail? Between March of 2015 and June, do you recall going back to jail?
I went to jail every time the police saw me.
Okay. Did you ever go back to the Fulton County Jail between March and June?
Huh?
So back in 2015,
Right.
you got out after this probation violation, correct? You got out of jail, correct?
Yeah. Yeah. I got out.
Okay. And we know the next time you went to jail was in June because they arrested you at your house, correct?
No, they locked me up at Deshaun house.
Excuse me, at Deshaun's house, correct?
Right.
So I'm asking, between the time you were released in March and the time that you got arrested in June at Deshaun's house, did you go back to jail at any other time between when you were released and when you got locked up?
Yeah. I think I went to jail like 3-4 days after I got out.
Okay. And was that in Henry County?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember how long you stayed in Henry County?
It went no day or nothing. I stayed in there for a little minute.
When you say a little minute, would that be about a month?
Probably. Yeah. I think so. A month. Another time y'all false arrested me.
That was in Henry County, correct, as you got arrested?
Yep.
You know, Henry County's not in Fulton County, correct?
Well, how did I never been in Henry County a day in my life, so why they locking me up? Because y'all told them to.
That's a different county, correct?
Y'all all work together.
Is Henry County a different county? Okay. Now, during this time between March and June, were you still being accused of killing Nut?
I don't know.
Did you still believe that people thought you killed Nut?
I don't recall.
Also during this time, isn't it true that you thought that Thug was trying to kill you as well?
Huh?
Between March of 2015 and June of 2015, did you believe that Thug was trying to kill you?
I don't recall.
When you get arrested in June of 2015, you were frustrated. Is that fair to say?
Can you say that again?
When you got arrested in June of 2015, you were frustrated, correct?
I was.
Okay. You were upset that people were blaming you for something that you didn't do, correct?
No, I was upset. Y'all kept locking me up, and I was trying to get it. I don't recall.
Okay. Did you tell the police you were upset because people kept blaming you for something that you did not do?
I tell the police anything to finish my way out of jail.
And you also told the police that you thought Thug was trying to kill you, correct?
I tell the police anything to finish my way out of jail.
And it was during that June interview that you gave it all up, didn't you?
Gave what all up?
That you told about everything that happened the night of Donovan Thompson's murder.
I had no time to I don't recall.
And in June, that interview started at 9 o'clock in the morning after they arrested you at Deshaun's house, correct?
If you say so.
And you were arrested at Deshaun's house for the gun that they found at the Dunbar Center in May of 2015, correct?
I think so.
And also when you got to Deshaun's house, you had another gun in the house for which
I ain't had none.
they found another gun in Deshaun's house, correct?
That's what they said.
And they brought you in the headquarters to speak with you, correct? They brought you to the headquarters to speak. You shook your head. Was that a yes?
Yes.
And in that interview, Detective Gaither was present, correct?
If you say.
Detective Dennis was also there?
If you say.
Okay. Did you also speak with an ATF agent?
If you say.
Do you recall speaking to an ATF agent?
I don't recall none.
Okay. And at some point in time in that interview, Thorpe came and spoke with you as well, correct?
Did he?
At some point in time, do
Okay.
you recall Thorpe coming to speak to you as well?
All right.
And then you also spoke with some internal affairs officers, correct?
I guess.
And this interview lasted at least, again, 9 hours, correct?
Felt like longer than that.
And when you first get into that interview, you tell Detective Gaither that you have not been hanging around Shannon.
Can you
correct?
say it again?
When the interview talk starts, you tell Detective Gaither that you had not been hanging around Shannon anymore, correct?
I don't recall what I told the investigators, but believe me, if I'm not going to tell them the truth.
Okay. And you initially start the investigator saying that they're trying to kill you, correct?
Can you say that again?
You told the investigators that they were trying to kill you,
That who was trying to kill me?
that Thug and them were trying to kill you.
I don't recall.
Do you recall, did you ever text Thug's sister, Dolly, to ask her if Thug was trying to kill you?
I don't recall.
Right. Do you recall telling the detectives that you texted Max and asked her if Thug was trying to kill you?
I don't recall what I done told these people, but I'm not going to tell them the truth. Keep telling you that.
And were you concerned that they were trying to kill you because you had told on them?
If I done told them, they would have been in jail if they did anything that I was telling on them about.
Did you tell the detectives that they were trying to kill you because they think you told on them?
And I'm like that.
Okay. Matter of fact, Detective Gates asked you, why is everybody in the world trying to kill you? And your response is, they think I told on them.
You get in front of the police, play stupid, mislead them. I don't recall what I done told them. That's why I can't tell you, yeah, I remember telling them this. I I don't recall.
Okay. And you actually provided the detectives with Dolly's phone number, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. And Dolly's phone number at the time ended in 1990, correct?
I guess, I don't know.
And I'm calling her Dolly, but you actually called her Max, correct?
I don't recall.
And you told the detective that her name is actually Dolly White on Instagram.
I don't recall.
And you told the detectives that you called her and you asked her, your brother trying to get me killed, what the hell have I did to him?
I don't recall nothing I don't made up and told the police.
And her response to you was just stop listening to everybody.
I'm delusional like that.
If you're delusional, why would you need to tell the detectives about a text message?
Because this is how I am. I'm going to justify myself. I'm already think ahead of time. I'm already try to make myself be prepared. I don't recall what I done told these people. I told you time after time after time. I done made this stuff up. I done made it all up. I done made it all up. You still want to ignore it.
And when the detectives asked you, why would they be trying to kill you? You said, listen, when Nut got killed and police called me down here, I came down here and I told them, look, I don't know what the hell's going on. These police act like they think I killed this man. I keep telling them this.
So if they were trying to kill me, if he got killed in January and I got locked up in June, I would have, if there was truth, if they were trying to kill me. So they mean they were trying to kill me, and you said if game was trying to kill me, why ain't nobody kill me? Because last time I checked, I was in Mechanicville every single day. So y'all gonna go off without a lie to the police then? At this point, we wasting time right now.
Isn't that one of the questions you asked the police? I don't know why they haven't killed me yet because I'm always in Mechanicsville.
Keep it on. I don't know what you talk about. I don't recall nothing I said to the police.
And also, when they asked you, who thought you were talking to the police or snitching, you told them that Thug was right there. Thug was there every time that you answered the phone to talk to the police.
I had to be the stupidest person in the world to answer a phone for the police in front of anybody. Why would I answer the phone in front of anybody with the police? That don't even make sense. You can just tell the police anything, they can go for it.
Okay. But did you tell the police that you would answer the phone in
I don't
front of
recall
Thug?
what. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Did you tell the police that you would answer the phone in front of Thug? So that's why they think you were snitching.
So they think I was snitching, and like you said, I was still around them. And you want them to be killers or whatever you want them to be. Why I didn't die? Why I'm not dead? Why?
Didn't you ask that same question to Detective Gaither?
I don't know what I don't ask them, but it's just
And you said the same thing. I'm in Mechanicsville every day. So if they want me to be killed, why haven't they killed me yet? That's the same question you asked Detective Gaither, correct?
you telling me or you asking me?
I'm asking you that what you also told Detective Gaither.
You ask me. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So you can't pick and choose what I'm telling the truth about or what I'm lying about. I can't say the word what I'm trying to say because you don't want me cursing.
Okay. So the point is, did you tell Detective Gaither the same thing you're telling here is, why haven't they killed me yet? I've been in Mechanicsville every single day.
I tell the investigators anything so that I'm innocent, I look innocent, and I ain't guilty of nothing. Are we clear?
I understand what you're saying today.
Okay.
Let's talk about what you told the police back in 2015. Back in 2015, because you still haven't answered this question. Did you tell the detectives the same thing that you're saying here today, which is, I don't know why they haven't killed me yet because I'm in Mechanicsville every day.
So what you saying?
I'm answer that question. Did you tell the detective the same thing you're
I
saying?
don't know what I don't told the investigator. I asked them that 30,000 times already. I don't recall what I don't told them. But what I'm telling you is, if somebody gonna kill me or somebody wanted to kill me, it wasn't hard to kill me. I was outside, still ill.
All right. During the same interview, you were concerned that Thug did not want you hanging around him anymore, correct?
I'm talking to the police. They're trying to tie this man into me.
Okay. Did you tell the police in that interview, he think he did something, he got rid of me? And they asked you, what do you mean? He ain't want me hanging around him no more. I'm like, what the hell? You feel what I'm saying? What the hell? This N-word don't want me around? I get to asking Shannon and them. And Shannon's like, I don't know.
If 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 they wanted me dead, they knew where I laid my head at. They could have easily called me and be like, come here and kill me if they were living like that.
And then they asked you, why does it matter to Thug if he talking to police or not? If he had no say so with what happened with Nut, you know what's going on. And your response is, between us, I want to say they had something to do with it. Who was they?
Don't
All of
pull.
them.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Don't pull them in my shenanigans. I keep telling you that. Y'all got me here to be truthful.
All right. And when you said all of them, and Detective Gates asked you Thug and who? And you said Shannon and Beezy. All of them been acting funny towards me.
I don't know if you know, which is you already know, that I don't run behind nobody. So when the investigators are questioning me, I'm gonna say whatever to spend them to get them off of me.
Okay. And at that point, they asked you, how long have you known Shannon? And you said longer than Thug has. And they asked, have you known Shannon for a good part of your adult life? And you said, we went to school together.
Because I knew my motive. My motive was to put the blame on them to get it off of me.
And then they ask you, you tell them, I'm gonna tell you the truth. They did it.
I don't recall nothing I don't told the police.
And you said, I can't say who did it. And they said, who is they?
You finished?
Mhm.
I don't recall nothing I told the police.
And your response is, I can't say who did it. This is how I know did it. Thug and them don't know which one did it. I was at the house. And you begin going into what happened on the night of the murder. Is that correct?
I don't recall nothing I told the police.
Okay. You told the police back in this June 10th, 2015 interview, baby mama, she woke up. And I'm like, where you at? She at the Family Dollar on Auburn. And she's on the way. And you're telling the detective, this is the night of the murder. Do you remember this?
I don't recall nothing I told the police.
And he said, is it true? After that night, the murder happened, I called Thug. He always answered for me. I FaceTime him. He hung it up. I'm like, damn, I called D. And D like, where you at?
I don't recall nothing I told the police. I made it all up.
And they clarified, D, is that the Mikion?
You asking me?
I am.
I don't recall nothing I said to the investigators.
And then she said, yeah, the Mikion. I don't talk to the one from Cleveland. D. I don't talk from D on Cleveland.
Oh,
I'm about to get,
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
you want to take a break?
No, you good.
Okay. I'm about to get this car, this white Charger. Do you recall telling the detectives that you were going to get your brother's white Charger?
I tell the investigators anything as long as it ain't telling on myself.
Okay. He said, all right, I go to my brother's house. He gonna give me the car, and I pulled up to the green store.
I don't recall nothing I told the investigators.
You then told him again, I called Thug, I ain't called D, and he didn't answer.
I think you just asked me that, and I just told you I don't recall nothing I said to the investigators.
Okay. You then tell the detectives, I pull up at the green store, I talked to Little Reddy, me and Little Reddy talking, and D said he was on Cleveland. So then you went over to Cleveland.
I don't even know who.
We are
Lil
working
Reddy
on a
is. I
shirt,
don't recall
actually,
nothing I talked to
and it
them,
looks
nothing
good.
I
I
told
can't wait to
them
show you
tell
guys.
Whatever y'all want me to say.
Okay. You then tell the detectives that you leave from Mechanicsville and you pull up to the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue.
I don't recall nothing I don't told the investigators.
And do you recall going to the McDonald's?
I don't recall nothing.
Okay. And you told the detectives when you pulled up to McDonald's that D was with Bentley and them, correct?
I don't recall nothing.
And is Bentley OG Bentley?
I don't recall on one side, and I plead the fifth on the
And
other.
when they asked you who else was with you, you told them Nard. And you said, hold on, I think I'm lying. It was a white Jeep. It was Nard, D, Bentley, Shannon, and Yet. And all of them were in the Jeep.
I don't recall nothing I told to the police.
Okay. Do you recall being at the McDonald's and seeing the Mikion, Nard, Bentley, and Shannon in a white Nitro?
I don't recall nothing.
And this was the Nitro that Bentley has.
I don't recall nothing.
Okay. And do you recall D getting out of the vehicle and getting into your car?
I don't recall nothing.
and you told the detectives that D got out, and when D got out of the car, he got in the car with you.
I don't know how many times I keep telling you I don't recall nothing.
Okay. Isn't it true that when D got in your car, he told you they just killed Nut?
I don't recall nothing.
Is it true that you told the detectives in this June interview, Demekian said they just killed Nut?
I don't recall nothing.
And when he said that, that's when Nard got into your car.
I don't recall nothing.
Is the volume
Is it true
low
that
so I
once
can
Nard
switch
got
to a
into your
different
car,
feed?
you stopped
Let me
talking
know, guys.
about the murder with Demekian?
I don't recall nothing.
Right. Isn't it true that's what you told the detectives?
I don't recall.
Okay. Once Nard got in the call, did you have some concern about why D stopped talking?
I don't recall.
Is it true that you told the
He is
detectives
at the
when
courthouse.
Nard got in the call? I'm like, D stopped talking. And I'm like, why the hell D stopped talking? I ain't say nothing. I'm in the car riding.
I don't recall.
While you were in the call with D and Nard, did Moonson call you?
I don't recall.
Okay. Is it true that you told the detectives Moonson FaceTime you and said, Nut just got shot, boy?
Nothing I said was true. Why you keep asking me, is it true? I don't recall nothing I said to the police.
I'm sorry to
And
interrupt, but how can
your
they
response
legally
to
do this? How can they legally
I'm like,
ask
I
him
just heard it,
questions
boy.
that they know
He
what
said your
he's going
name
to
on
answer
Instagram.
and
And
keep
you said, I'm just
going,
getting out of the
keep
house. I ain't had no
harassing
party.
the guy?
Yeah. I don't recall nothing.
Isn't it true that's what you told the detectives? That after once Moonson called you, he said to you, I just heard it, boy. He
Ne-
said your name.
I'm sorry.
He said your name on Instagram. I'm just getting out of the house. I didn't have any parts of it.
I don't recall.
And they asked you who was Nard.
I don't recall.
Do you know who Nard is?
When you asked me that back there, what I told you?
Do you know who Nard is?
No, I told you back there. I didn't know who Nard was.
Have you ever seen Nard?
I don't recall nothing. I don't told the investigators.
My question to you is, have you ever seen Nard?
I don't recall.
And when they asked you who Nard was, is it true you told the police that Nard was locked up?
I'm trying to I don't recall.
And they asked you what he was locked up for, and you told them what he was locked up for.
I don't recall.
Then they continued to get more information. When Nard got into the car, you said, D, stop talking. Once you left McDonald's, where did you go?
I don't recall. I don't even recall going to McDonald's. I don't recall nothing that you talking about. I don't recall no lie that I told the investigators. You got me here to tell the truth, but you keep asking me about some lies I don't made up.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives y'all got on the expressway?
Nothing I said is true. I don't recall.
And is it true that you told the detectives that they followed you, that you were following the Nitro up to Thug's house?
I don't recall.
Okay. And isn't it true then you said
Don't recall. Love Woody.
you followed them to Thug's house, and you said once you dropped off Demekian and Nard at Thug's house?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall going to Thug's house the night that Donovan Thomas was murdered?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true you told the detective? So we followed him to Thug's house. He stayed downtown at the Sky House.
I don't recall.
Did Thug stay at the Sky House back in 2015?
I don't recall.
Okay. Is it true that once you got to Thug's house that Nard got out of the car?
I don't recall.
Is it true you told the detectives that once you got to Thug's house, Nard got out of the vehicle?
I don't recall.
Is it true that when Nard got out of the vehicle, Demekian told you they just killed Nut?
I don't recall.
Is it true that's what you told the detectives, that once Nard got out of the car, Demekian told you they just killed Nut?
I don't recall no lie I told the police.
And isn't it true that when Demekian told you they just killed Nut, he pointed in the direction of Thug, Nard, and Shannon, who was getting out of the car?
I tell the police anything get them out my face.
And
I do not recall one thing I told the police.
And is it true you told detectives, your response is, I'm like who? And he just pointed towards Nard and them.
I don't recall.
Is it true that you then told Demekion, you know what? I'm not gonna get caught up in all of this.
I don't recall.
After that, then they asked you, why do they think that you did it?
I don't recall.
And your response was, because me and Kel get into it.
I don't recall.
And they asked you, what does Nard have to do with it?
I don't recall.
And you told the detectives, this is what I want to tell you. I think Thug and Nut had problems with each other.
I don't recall.
And weren't you telling the detectives information that you learned from Demekion?
I don't recall.
And they actually asked you if Demekion would come down there and talk with them, correct?
I don't recall.
And you told them, I don't think he's going to come down because when you gave them Demekion's number the first time, Demekion never called them.
I don't recall.
And you actually told the detectives you encouraged Demekion to call the police.
I don't recall.
And you told the detectives, I told D, I love you too much. I helped you. These niggas not for you, bro. And you going to go with them.
I don't recall.
I know they're not going to say anybody about people
Didn't D
withholding
tell you
evidence.
that they hid
They hadn't done
car
it
and
enough.
guns after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
I don't recall.
Isn't that what you told the detectives, that D told you that they hid the car and the guns?
I tell detectives anything they want to hear. If they go for it, they go for it. I don't recall.
And didn't you tell the detective it was a gray car?
I don't know. I don't recall what I told them.
And you said you knew what the car was because you had saw the car on video.
I don't recall what I don't told them.
And they asked you whether or not it was a Pontiac. And you told them that it was not a Pontiac.
I tell them anything. As long as I throw them out, that's all they matter.
You also told them that it was a rental vehicle, correct?
I tell them anything to throw them out.
And although you're telling us today that you said anything to throw them off, isn't it true that you told the detectives, I promise you, I ain't lying. I hate jail. I'll be damned. The nigga tried to kill me and my child.
I do hate you. And I would tell the police anything to throw them out.
My question for you is, isn't it true that you told the detectives, I promise you, I ain't lying. I hate jail. I'll be damned. The nigga tried to kill me and my child.
I don't recall.
Hi, Miss Hilton, let's take a break. It's about time for our morning break. Let's take 10 minutes or so.
Oh, thank God. No more paper shuffling. Woody's probably like, thank goodness. I can't take this. Maybe we'll hear from Jason. Yeah, MCAR. I have ADD real bad, and it's messing with me. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. My ADD is going very much squirrel. Okay, while they're on a break, we're gonna see if we hear from Jason. I got my phone on, turned all the way up. The volume's ready to go. So if it rings, I'm sorry. Hopefully he'll jump into the stream, but he might call. Want me to go full screen while we're waiting on Jason? I've got a video by We Watch YouTube. Oh, there's We Watch YouTube. Got a video by We Watch YouTube, made a banger that we're going to watch real quick. Wait do you guys see this? All right. Watch this.
Clean shirt, new shoes, and he don't know what he's gonna do. Silk suit, blue tie, he don't need a reason why. They come running when Woody takes a stand, 'cause every DA's crazy about a sharp dressed man.
I love it.
Go watch Music Dream, he ain't missing not a single thing. Chain links, skate pin, when he steps out, he's gonna do you in. They come running when Woody takes a stand, 'cause every DA's crazy about a sharp dressed man. Go watch Music Dream, he ain't missing not a single thing. Chain links, skate pin, when he steps out, he's gonna do you in. They come running when Woody takes a stand, 'cause every DA's crazy about a sharp dressed man.
He's Woody.
Top case, top chat, and he don't worry 'cause his money's fat. Black shade, white judge, looking sharp, looking for love. They come running when Woody takes a stand, 'cause every DA's crazy about a sharp dressed man. Don't watch Music Dream, he ain't missing not a single thing. Chain links, skate pin, when he steps out, he's gonna do you in. They come running when Woody takes a stand, 'cause every DA's crazy about a sharp dressed man. Top dressed man, top dressed man, top dressed man, top dressed man. Top case, top chat, and he don't worry 'cause his money's fat. Black shade, white judge, looking sharp, looking for love. Looking sharp, looking for love. Amen, 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 make a love. Whoa, 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 whoa. They come running.
That was fantastic. Great job, We Watch YouTube. Great job. Great job. Okay, let's see what's going on with Melnick. Let's see what's going on with Melnick. YouTube videos. I don't want to see YouTube videos. I want to see facts. TT, do you have that link? It was Tucker Daily, right? Here, got it. All right, I'm going to share this. So Woody's lawyer or former lawyer has been posting on X to let people know what's going on. I'm going to zoom in, don't worry. Wants me to sign in, and I'm not doing that. Go away. Who I might have to. Go away. This disciplinary action before the court. Jonathan Melnick recommends that he be reprimanded without pay, given 6 months probation. For what? This is insane. 6 months probation. It says it's unrelated to the YSL trial. Georgia has issued a 6-month suspension to Melnick due to failing to notify his client of an important court proceeding in a child support case. That is insane. Insane. So he's unable to represent Woody at this time. And seen something else too. Let me see what else I can find. I found something else on it. Here it is. Judge make sure. So the judge spent the morning making sure that Woody had counsel. Woody did pay for his own counsel, but she did spend the morning with him to make sure that he had clear, concise, and good legal counsel, is what it says. So that's decent of her. It says he paid for his counsel, so it's not court appointed. Hey, dear woke, can you come in? Where are you sitting? Is it nuts in there? Little sis. Or can you call me and I'll put you on speaker real quick? We're reading about Melnick getting fired. Yeah, if you can't pop in, give me a call. I'll put you on speakerphone. Or court's coming back in just a minute. You might need to get back in there, actually. I don't think he's in the chat anymore. Okay. Okay, so they're back. That's good.
You're staring. Are you?
Sorry. Oh, they're not back. I'm sorry. I didn't have it. Didn't have the little bar pushed all the way. Melnick was fired and suspended for 6 months, so you missed that. They had to struggle to get Woody counsel this morning. Is that not nuts? Do we have movement or is the camera falling? He didn't fire him. He didn't fire his counsel. He was let go. We don't know why Bumpus. Yeah, we don't have that information. He was let go because he failed to give a client information on when their court date was about a child support case. Yeah, we don't know why Bumpus was let go. I'm trying to find information on that now. Yeah, Bumpus too. Yeah, failure to notify a client of a court case. It was apparently a big deal case involving child support. Yes, they were. Well, I don't know about Bumpus, but he was suspended for 6 months. About to go back? Okay, great. Give us a call on the next break so you can tell us what's going on. Thank you for going there for all of us. You are a warrior in the battlefield, Jason. We appreciate you. Type Jason in the chat. Jason, Jason, Jason. Gladiator girl, that's very possible. I don't know. It's very possible. Because that's got to be compromised. It's got to be. You're trying to make an airtight case, it is. Yep. That is my humble opinion. I miss him too. Jason's awesome. Oh, I'm giggling. I'm just, my laugh is awful. It sounds more like a wheeze. So I try to mute. That's a good question, Amethyst Angel. It's a really good question. Sounds more like I'm having an asthma attack. Okay. Looks like coming back. See movement. Okay, what's happened today till now? We got confirmation that Melnick has been fired and suspended for 6 months because he did not inform a client about a case, about a court date rather, and Bumpus has been fired. And Melnick has also been suspended from practicing for 6 months, which is absolutely nuts. I don't know why Bumpus has. That information hasn't been put out, just that she's been fired. I don't know from what case, because to my understanding, she wasn't working on this one anymore. So whatever case she was working on. All right, here we go. Let's get your mic going there, lady. He does have an attorney. We don't know who it is, though. Oh, no. That's more. We have some. I like her hair. Court reporter, her hair's pretty. Winfrey, okay. Yeah, sure. She's pretty. Woody looks like he is done. He is not feeling this at all. Teresa, that's a good question. I can't wait to see what the defense has going on, especially now coming in so late to the game.
It scared me. They got words on it.
He's asking the court reporter questions. Who watched the Karen Reed trial? That one was equally crazy. She hurting? She keeps rubbing her side. Yes, the jury's coming in. Do you think this one is just as crazy, or was Karen Reed case crazier? Look at Woody. I feel bad for him. This one's getting hot.
Mr. Copeland, back in 2015, were you mentioning any of Thug songs? Was your nickname Woody mentioned in any of Thug songs?
Huh?
Did Thug mention you in any of his songs back in 2015?
Back in 2015?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I don't know.
Do you recall telling the detectives that he put your name in these songs and he doesn't know, you don't know why he put your name in these songs?
I didn't like him rapping about me.
Why didn't you like him rapping about you?
Huh?
Why didn't you like him rapping about you?
Cause it's my life. Like, don't be lying on me.
What do you mean by that?
Don't be lying on me.
Are you talking about in the rap songs?
Yes.
What did you think were
You blame him
lies
for
that he
that.
was telling on you in the rap song?
I don't recall.
Do you recall what the verse was or what he said in the rap song?
Ain't no speak no English. No, I don't recall.
Now, back in 2015,
I said I
you
don't
talked
speak
about
no
the
English.
gun that you had, the gun that was at the Dunbar Center.
I ain't have no gun.
Hey, was there a gun that was in a H&M bag that they found at the Dunbar Center?
That's what they said.
All right. And is it true that Quindarius Zachary or Little D from Cleveland purchased that gun from you, for you?
I don't recall.
Okay. Isn't it true that you told the detectives when they asked you, how did you get possession of that gun? You said, I got it the day he bought it from me.
I don't recall.
And you asked, and you said, yeah, he bought it from me. He bought it out of the pawn shop for you.
I don't recall.
And that you paid $1,000 for that gun.
I don't recall.
And you purchased the gun because you thought you could defend yourself.
I don't recall.
Did you think that you were able to defend yourself because of the retaliatory shootings that were happening back in 2015?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling the detectives that another detective told you you had a right to protect yourself,
I don't recall.
but that you couldn't take the gun if you were at the club, but if you were at home, you had a right to protect yourself?
I don't recall.
When you were at the Dunbar Center with the gun, were you trying to sell that gun?
I was at Number Recreation playing basketball.
Okay. And while at the Dunbar Recreation Center playing basketball, did you have the gun that Quindarius Zachary purchased for you?
I had a basketball.
Isn't it true that you also had the gun that Quindarius Zachary purchased for you?
I had my shirt off. I was playing basketball.
Where was the gun at?
You tell me.
Isn't it true that the gun was sitting on a bench and the basketball court in an H&M bag?
I was playing basketball.
And isn't it true that you were trying to sell that gun that day, that you had it at the Dunbar Recreation Center?
I ain't have no gun.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives that you gave them the gun to sell and that they were going to sell the gun, that you were trying to sell your gun that day that you got caught with the gun at the Dunbar Recreation Center?
I tell investigators anything.
Matter of fact, isn't it true that you told the detective, when I was locked up, I called one of my partners and he was like, get some money, can you help me out? He was like, yeah. When I got out, they brought me the gun back. And I was like, I don't want it. I was still trying to sell it. That is why, that is what I had, you know what I mean? When I got the gun, I got it from the green store. I went up to the park to go play basketball, but I was waiting on them to come and get it. Little D and them, so his brother pulled up. They actually waiting on who to come and get it. You talking about Demikian or Quindarius? You said Little D from Cleveland. He was supposed to pull up and get it.
Cap, I tell the investigators anything to get them off me. I didn't have no gun. I didn't know nothing about the gun. When they said something about the gun, I was confused, shot, lost. That's why they let me go that same day.
And matter of fact, they wanted to make sure that they were correct, that you were both talking about the same gun. And Detective Gates said, I'm talking about the one from the Dunbar Center. He said, that is what I'm talking about. I'm sorry. Sorry. That is what I'm talking about. I got out of jail from Henry County Monday, and police got me for the gun Tuesday. I did not go to jail.
Can you say that again?
Sure. Detective Gaither wanted to clarify that the gun she was referencing was the gun from the Dunbar Center. And your response was, that is what I'm talking about. I got out of jail from Henry County Monday, and police got me for the gun Tuesday. I did not go to jail.
Can you say it one more time?
Sure. Isn't it true that Detective Gaither wanted to make sure that you both were talking about the same gun? So you clarified for her and said, that is what I'm talking about. I got out of jail from Henry County on Monday, and police got me for the gun on Tuesday. I did not go to jail.
I don't recall.
Now, back in June of 2015, were you still hanging with both Shannon and Demikian in June of 2015?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives in that interview, 1 minute D is with Shannon, and then when D's not with Shannon, him and me are together?
I don't recall. Nothing I told the investigators. I would tell them anything to get them out of me.
Back in 2015, did you get all of your information from Little D from Cleveland? Excuse me, Little D from Mechanicsville.
Say that again?
Back in 2015, because you were locked up from parts of time, did you get all of your information from Little D from Mechanicsville?
I'm Mr. Make Believe. I make it up. I don't recall. Nothing I don't made up. I keep telling you that.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives in the same June 2015 interview, I get all my information through Little D, and they clarified which Little D, and you said Mechanicsville. And they said, so Demikian, and you said yes.
I don't recall. Nothing I don't say. Whatever I made up to the police.
Okay. Do you recall saying that he's always in the midst of everybody? Everyone talks through him. You know what I mean? I can always just ask, I can call Lil D right now, and he will sit here and tell me what's going on.
Nah, I don't recall nothing, but I do know that I tell the D what they say. So if I told the investigators go ask the D something, it's because I don't told the D to be prepared for it.
Now, in 2015, did you know someone by the name of Valerie or V?
Who?
Valerie.
Who?
Did you know someone by the name of Valerie?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives that it was Valerie who told you that Thug wanted to kill you?
I don't recall. Nothing I don't made up to the police.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives that Valerie got into a car while you were at a baby shower and told you that Thug was trying to kill you?
That wasn't true. I made it up. If I did say that, if I didn't say it, I don't recall nothing I said to the police.
Isn't it also true that on a jail call after June 10th, 2015, you told Max that Valerie told you that Thug was trying to kill you?
Because I told you one thing, I don't recall.
Okay. Now, is it true? Well, let me ask you this. After Valerie told you or that Thug was trying to kill you, did you try to reach out to Monte or Yet Gotti?
No, I don't got nothing else to say.
Oh, okay. Is it true that you told the detectives in the same June 2015 interview You saw Monte, and Detective Gaither asked you which Monte. Your response, Yak. Like day before yesterday, went to the graveyard. When I seen him, he was at my cousin's house. I was like, damn, man, we grew up together. They asked you, what is Yak's real name? Do you know? You said no. Detective Gaither, you said you grew up with him. Your response, I just know his first name, Monte. Don't know the last name. You said to Monte, MFers told me that Thug planned on killing me. And Monte's response to you was, hell nah, bro, I never heard that. He denied it. He said, person will never, you said that people will never say it. Word was, I was talking to the police too much. You feel what I'm saying?
So once I was released from Henry County Jail, everybody was asking me, did I hear the song? I mean, everybody was telling me that Thug had put out the song Halftime. And the police wasn't targeting me again. That's why they got me the next day. I was mad. I was like, damn, this nigga telling on me, putting me in his song. So I was mad at him, and I started plotting against him. I was telling one of my friends, and I was telling him, hey, man, this nigga trying to make it seem like I'm out here. Ooh, I said what I said to my buddy. And yeah, I didn't like the simple fact that he was saying stuff that didn't have nothing to do with him and his song. Like, why is you rapping about what I'm doing in the streets? Like, they didn't got nothing to do with. So, yeah, I was mad with him, and I was planning on him.
When did the song Halftime come out?
Man, this song was old, but when he put it out, the police started making it seem like it was a new song, and then they started trying to use that song to say that this and that and third.
Is Halftime the only song that mentions your name?
Yeah, I don't know. I just know this song made the police come after me, and I didn't like the simple fact of it. I didn't give nobody permission to say nothing about me in no song.
Why do you believe that the song made police started coming after you?
Because that's what they said. They said it. That's what the investigator told me.
What did the investigators tell you?
I don't know.
So is it your testimony that the investigator said, hey, because your name is in the song, we're now coming after you?
What I do, go to the grave with me. You hear me?
Well, yesterday you did disclose that you and Threat shot up Rich Homie Quan's barbershop.
Yeah, you got me frustrated, and I ain't mean to say that.
Okay. Do you recall asking the judge if you could say it?
I was frustrated.
Okay. Now, they asked you, why would Thug be nervous if he had nothing to do with anything? And your response is, y'all keep saying my name. They saying me and Thug. That's what I keep saying, but I had no parts in it. Are you talking about the fact that you had no parts in killing Nut?
I don't recall nothing I said to no police.
Now, isn't it true that
Nothing I said is true.
Okay.
Nope.
up until June of 2015, were you trying to keep what you knew about Nut's murder to yourself?
Can you say that again?
Sure. Prior to this interview in June of 2015, were you trying to keep what you knew about Nut's murder to yourself?
I don't know what you mean.
Isn't it true that you told detectives, this is what I'm telling you, this is what I'm telling you. I'm asking you, with the murder, I'm trying to explain it. I act like I never heard about it. I act like I never told D and none of them, period. So I just kept it to myself.
Yeah, I tell so many lies and different stories to the point I don't even know. I don't have a clue what I don't see. All I know was I'm innocent. And today I'm innocent. And Threat innocent too.
What are you innocent of?
Anything.
Okay. Are you innocent of, did you not kill Nut? Is that what you're talking about?
You ask me that how many times now?
Because I'm trying to understand what you're talking about.
I don't know. I don't recall.
Okay. Were you back in 2015 concerned that Thug had stopped talking to you? Excuse me, back in 2015.
Can you ask me that again?
Sure. Back in 2015, were you concerned that Thug was not speaking to you?
No.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives, he's not talking to me, period? And you're talking about Thug. And they asked you, he's not talking to you for a reason because he thinks you're talking to us. And your response is, he's not thinking I'm telling you nothing. He's just thinking I'm talking to the police a lot because he heard my conversation with the police.
I'm talking to the police, so my only motive is to throw them out. You know what I mean? Like what I got going on ain't got nothing to do with him, but they want to keep tying him into what I got going on. So guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna throw it off on him because I was mad he put that song out saying this and then the third. They don't got nothing to do with him, so he never did that. So I'm gonna put the blame on him. Don't throw me under the bush. I'm gonna throw you under the bush. That was my whole motive.
Now with your name inside of the songs, were you concerned that he was putting your names in songs? You thought he should be putting Shannon's names in the songs?
So for one, the song was old. Halftime was old. This song been out since like 2014. You know what I mean? I wasn't mad about. I was mad nobody for that man. So when he put it out, I didn't care the song, but when he put it out, the police were trying to put this murder on me and they was targeting me. I don't like the police keep bothering me. So I just didn't like I didn't like the timing of when they put that song out. When their label, whoever put it out, I didn't like the timing of it.
When you said the police were trying to put the murder on you, didn't the police have you come in every single time for you to tell?
Can you say that again?
You said the police were trying to put the murder on you.
Right.
When you went in each of these times in early June, in January through June, did you ever get arrested for Nuts murder?
What you mean?
You said the police were trying to put the murder on you. Between January and June of 2015, did you ever get arrested for Nuts murder?
No.
Okay. So during the time that you kept going into the police, did they ever, at any of these times, arrest you for Nuts murder?
They were discombobulated. They were so confused. I kept spinning them. But when he put that song out, they was like, "Yeah, you did it."
In any of these interviews that you had with the detectives, what detective said you killed Nut?
Hey, I don't know.
Okay. So isn't it true that none of the detectives ever said that you killed Nut in any of these interviews from January to June of 2015?
Shit, I don't know.
But isn't it true that that's what you told the police, that everyone is putting your name in it?
I don't know. I don't told the police so much. I don't know. I don't recall what I just said. I just know I was trying to get myself out of it.
And isn't it true that
Got to
the
give it to Woody.
police
He's honest.
allowed you to tell
Honest.
them what happened the night of Nut's murder?
Yeah, you see what they played on me. They sat right there laughing, ha ha ha, whatever. And just what I know they playing on me, but I ain't finna tell them myself. So what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna keep spinning them until what they let me walk out. Every time they let me walk out, I was laughing walking out.
And is the lyric from the song that you were concerned with that Thug says Little Woody will pull up and pop at your noggin?
What you mean?
Is that the verse that you didn't like?
I didn't like the fact that the police tried to make it seem like that song was made to say that I pull up and did this to this man.
Correct. What I'm asking you though is that the verse you did not like?
That's
Little
the
Woody-
song I didn't like.
Okay. Is that the specific verse in the song?
I didn't like the timing of the song. I didn't care about him rapping about me popping their people nuggets because it wasn't true. But then when he put the song out, or when they put the song out, it was an investigation on me, and y'all kept harassing me, and that's why I didn't like it.
At this time, what investigation was on you regarding this song?
I don't recall.
Because isn't it true that there was no open investigation regarding any of the shootings at this time regarding you?
How I supposed to know?
When you spoke to the police, did you come in the first time to clear your name, this next 2 times as the victim? When you first went to go speak to the police about what happened in 2015? I'll rephrase, Your Honor. When you first came in January 2015, didn't you come to clear your name?
I don't recall nothing.
Okay. The next 2 times, both in January 28th and February 20th, you came as a victim, correct?
How I supposed to know?
And when you came in February 21st, you came because you had violated your probation, correct?
You keep saying I came. They took me. It's a difference.
All right. And then in June, you were arrested because of the gun that was at the Dunbar Center.
That y'all placed on me.
None of those times were you accused of shooting and killing Donovan Thomas, correct?
Y'all charged me, and like what? One of them y'all did putting charges on me.
But I'm asking you, between January and June, when you were talking to the police, there were no charges against you for killing Donovan Thomas.
From you said no. I don't recall. I don't know.
Okay. Going back to the night that Donovan Thomas was killed, isn't it true that when Little D got into the car, Little D told you that it was Nard, Shannon, and Yak who killed Nat?
Same.
Okay. And that they used, isn't it true that they used the car, the rental car that Thug rented?
I don't know. I don't recall nothing I lied to the police about.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives the car they used was the rental car that Thug had?
That
Same.
Isn't it true that they asked you if you knew the make and model of the car?
today, right now, as I'm right here, the truth is I never seen none of them people who I mentioned the night that that's supposed to happen.
Okay.
I told the investigators anything, and they went, Gator and them went going for the stuff that I was telling them. So I had to try my best to convince them. So guess what? I would have to do? Fuck it. I'm about to put it on these niggas because they closer to me. They'll go for it. I don't just trying to get them out my face.
They asked you where Thug rented the car from, and didn't you tell them that he rented it from the airport?
So you got to say a little truth and put it with the bullshit.
Okay. Is it true that he rented the vehicle from the airport?
I don't recall nothing. I'm tired of answering these questions at this point. You keep asking me the same thing over and over and over and over.
Okay. Isn't it true that you told the detectives he rented the car from the airport?
I don't tell the police the truth.
Okay. Would it surprise you that we actually got the rental car records from the airport, that where Thug rented the vehicle from the airport?
You didn't hear me say I take a little bit of truth and put it with the rest of it to convince them?
Okay. Isn't it true that once D told you that they killed them, you asked why did they do that?
It's true that I ain't stupid as y'all think.
Okay. And he told you he didn't know.
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that's what you told the detectives?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true you asked Demekion, was he with them when the murder happened?
I don't recall.
And his response was, no, he wasn't there.
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that's what you told the detectives?
The truth is, you asked me about lies. I don't say it in the past, and I'm sitting right here trying to be truthful, but you keep trying to go into lies that I can't keep up with. I remember.
Isn't it true that Demekion told you that Bentley went and hid all the stuff?
I never get into business that don't have anything to do with me.
Okay. Isn't true that's what you told the detective, that D told you that Bentley went and hid the stuff?
I tell the detective that anything to get them off of me.
Isn't it true that little D told you that they initially rolled past the barber shop and that's when they saw a nut?
Hell, I don't know. I don't recall.
Okay. Isn't that what you told the detective that little D told
I
you?
don't recall nothing I done told the investigators.
And isn't it true that little D told you that when they saw a nut, they switched cars?
I don't recall nothing I don't lie to the investigators about.
And isn't it true that's what you told the detective, that they switched cars?
I don't recall.
Okay. Isn't it true that D told you that they switched cars and Thug got into the Pontiac with a girl?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Why would I be wanting to know if any of this they took? I don't even want to know because I don't. It's nothing to do with me. So I'm making. I don't recall.
Okay. Isn't it true that's what you told the detective, that the Demekion told you that Thug and the girl, they got in a Pontiac?
I don't recall.
And when they clarify who all was in the
I
Pontiac,
don't
you said the Demekion,
recall.
Thug, and the girl.
I don't recall.
And is it true that you told them that they switched cars at the gas station?
I don't recall.
Would it surprise you that we have surveillance video from the gas station?
The hell if I know?
Okay. And would it surprise you that it shows the Pontiac and the Great Infinity at the gas station?
Do it show me?
You told me this is what Demekion told you, correct?
Man, you hear me? I don't recall nothing I don't say to the investigators.
Now, isn't it true that you also told them that Doo-Wop was there as well?
Who?
Doo-Wop.
I don't recall nothing I told to the investigators.
And isn't it true that you told the detective that, again, that you FaceTimed Thug that night?
I don't recall nothing I told to the investigators.
On the night of the murder, did you tell Deshaun what Demekion had just told you?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives that after Demekion told you what happened, you called Deshaun and you told her the truth?
I don't recall.
And you told the detectives that they could call Deshaun down to the police department and talk to her?
I don't recall.
And matter of fact, you told the detectives, you told Deshaun, if anything happens to me, tell the police what I told you.
Okay, that's
I
pretty.
don't recall.
That's pretty stellar. If anything happens to
Now,
me, tell the police.
What is the reason that the Thug and Nut have a personal beef?
He's behind you. You can ask him that.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives in this June interview, Nut and Thug had something personal against each other?
And I told the investigators anything. I'm pretty sure I probably told them a different lie. You can't go off of what I don't say to them people. I don't remember what I said to them.
Isn't it true that Nut and Thug got into a beef before you and Kel got into it?
Hell, I don't know. Ask him.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives they fell out before B and Kel got into it?
I don't recall. Then I told to the investigators.
And when they asked you, did you know what they got into it over? You said you weren't sure.
I don't recall.
And if you were trying to lie, couldn't you just make up something at that point?
Huh?
If you were trying to lie, as opposed to saying you don't know what their beef was over, couldn't you just have made it up at that point?
Just like you got to understand, like the pressure gets so real. Like, man, I don't. Y'all just had me now question me. I don't know what. I don't have a clue what I was saying.
Now, is it true in this June interview, you also told them about the fight at Club Crucial that Monday before Nut got killed?
Man, I'm pretty sure in the interview I made all type of things up to say.
Now, in this June interview, would that now be the 5th time that you told them about this fight at Club Crucial?
I don't know. If somebody do something to me, I'm gonna remember that because I'm gonna be a victim.
Okay, so if you were making stuff up, why did you keep on consistently telling them about
I
this
said, if
information?
somebody did something to me, I'm gonna be a victim because once I be able to do something back to them, I'm gonna be justified.
Okay,
Okay.
so you told them about these events leading up to the night.
I told them about events that involve people doing something to me. I don't know what I done told them.
Now, on the Monday night after you got beat up and you ran outside
You said I got beat up.
by Shell Cal,
I'm listening.
and you went outside afterwards, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling the police in this same June interview that when you went outside, Thug was pulling on your shirt like there go Bloody J right there?
I don't recall.
Okay. And next thing you know, you heard Shannon heard Shannon was near you when Thug said there go Bloody J right there.
I don't recall.
Okay. And isn't it true that you then told the police that Shannon and Montel then jumped on Bloody J?
You keep saying, is it true? I keep telling you, I don't lie to the investigators. So nothing I said was true.
I'm asking you, isn't true this is what you told the investigator?
I don't know what I done told them.
Okay, isn't true that in January you told them that some of your buddies jumped on Bloody J, but you didn't go into specifics?
What you getting all aggressive for?
Isn't it true that you told
Look, she
in
laughed.
January that your buddies beat up Bloody J?
Go ahead and laugh,
recall.
Hilton.
Okay.
Go ahead
But
and
now in
laugh.
June, you got with more specificity of who those buddies were that beat up
I
Bloody
didn't
J.
hear you.
I'm sorry.
I didn't hear you.
In June, you now told them with specificity who beat up Bloody J.
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that on the night that you and Shell got into it at the club, when you came outside while they were beating up Bloody J, Yak got stopped by the police that night?
I don't know.
Isn't it true that you told the police that Yak got stopped by police that night?
I don't recall what I done told the police. If I told the police he got stopped that night and he got stopped that night, that's me again trying to put some truth with the rest of it to convince them that I'm being truthful.
And is it true that you told them that that night he got pulled over and locked up with a gun?
I don't know. He right there. Ask him.
Is it true that's what you told the police?
I done told the police anything to get them out for me.
Is it true on this same night of Club Crucial that after Yak got pulled over that you saw Thug and Nard get into a car?
I don't recall nothing I told to the police.
Okay. I'm asking that what happened that night.
What you mean what happened that night?
On the night of Club Crucial, did you see Thug and Nard get into a car?
No.
Okay. Isn't it true that you told police that you saw Thug and Nard get into a car?
Ain't no telling what I told the police. I'm not going to tell them the truth. I know that.
And when Thug and Nard got into the car, did they pull onto a side street?
Thug behind you, ask him.
I'm asking you.
I don't recall nothing I told to the police.
I'm asking you, did that occur?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that's what you told them?
We're going to be
I'll
selling those
recall.
shirts
Right.
that say I don't
Is it
recall
true
on
that
one
you
side
told
and I
the
plead the
thug
fifth
pulled
on the
on the
other
side?
with the
I
picture
don't
already.
recall.
Once you pulled on the side street, did you and your brother pull up next to them on that side street?
No.
Okay. Isn't it true that you told the police that you and your brother pulled up beside them on the side street?
I tell the police anything about Thug to get them off of me.
Now, back in 2015, on the same night at Club Crucial,
I didn't hear your date.
on the same Monday night at Club Crucial, did you see Nard? Did you speak to Nard and Thug while y'all were on the side street?
No.
Okay. Isn't it true that you told him that you spoke to Nard and Thug while y'all were on the side street?
I don't recall nothing I told to the police, but I know it is a long way from the truth.
Okay. And that Either Nard or Thug said they were waiting for Buddy J.
Who is that?
Who's Buddy J?
Yeah, I mean, I don't recall nothing I said to the police.
Isn't it true that you said that you heard a gun cocked back from inside their vehicle?
Told you, I'm gonna tell the police anything, get them out from me. I'm not about to tell them what I don't done.
And that the person that you heard with the gun was Nard.
Just a lie. I don't recall.
Let's
you
not
hear
talk
Nard
about her
with the
outfit,
gun?
please. Let's not
Huh?
talk
Did you
about
see Nard with the
the
gun?
fact
in
she
the
looks
car?
like a
I didn't see
highlighter.
nothing that night.
So you do know who Nard is?
No, that's what I'm telling you. I didn't see nothing that night. You keep
I'm
asking me
joking,
about
I'm
no,
joking.
I don't.
How then can you say you didn't see Nard that night if you don't know who Nard is?
Because it's nothing. Just no. Hold on. You got me talking fast because you frustrated me again. I don't know Nord personally, but I know who Nord is. I didn't see Nord in the car with no gun. Like I said, they jumped on me. I had a knot, and I was mad, and I was gonna get my get back. I did not leave with I left by myself with the people that was in the car with me. And no, you do not need to know who was in the car with me.
Was your brother one of the people in the car with you?
No, my brothers, I don't know where he was.
Why'd you tell the detective that your brother was in the car with
Because I went to tell them what I was on.
Did you also in this same June interview also tell Detective Gaither and Dennis again about meeting up with Kel at the Cascade skating rink?
I don't recall no lies I told to the investigators that I don't told them.
Would this now be again at least the third time that you told detectives about this Cascade skating rink incident with you and Kel?
I don't recall.
Again, did you also in this same interview tell the detectives about the gambling house shooting?
Man, listen, I sit there and tell the detective a whole bunch of bullshit and let them figure it out, let them go run, chase their tail. I don't remember nothing I said to them. They sat right there and listened to all the stories I had to tell, and I'm telling them, I'll say whatever to let me out of jail. They go for it or they don't. And guess what? They sat right there, let me talk and make up all this stuff about these people. And, you know, that just was it. I don't recall nothing I said specific, but I know that I think I said that if I did in one of the interrogation, I say anything if y'all let me go. I do anything if y'all let me go. That's my motive.
Isn't true?
And that's
regarding the
sad.
gambling house
It
shooting,
really
gave a
is.
little
I'll say
more
anything, do
detail
anything. You gotta
during
let me
this
go. He was
interview.
14.
I'm gonna give details if I'm gonna victim.
Isn't it true that you told them, I kept closing my eyes, but they were shooting behind us and the wall was blocking us. They blocking off the van. It hit through the car, every car in the parking lot. After that, everyone happened to get up. There was kids, there were 4 little boys. They seen Thug and wanted to ride. The little kids, we were looking in the bushes, making sure no one was lying in the bushes. They called the police and stuff. Everyone was wondering where Thug had went, but Thug had already left by the time the police came.
See, even you fell for it. See, you take a little bit of truth that I tell and put it with all the bullshit that I said. And you're highlighting like you said, the details of it that really took place, but you're trying to put that with all the fairy tales that I made up.
So what part took place? The actual shooting at the gambling house?
The shooting, I don't know. I didn't never see somebody shooting at us. But if the police question you, I'm trying to convince them that I know what I'm talking about. So it's easy to say shell kill. It's easy to put people's name with crime that, because if he did it, why y'all don't lock him up? If I say I seen him do it, why y'all don't lock him up and charge you for it? So I don't know what or who did what. I just know that I'm trying to convince that these police that I know what I'm talking about. Okay, I'm so sorry. She's frustrating me. You ready? Okay, you listen. All right, I'm trying to convince the police that I know what I'm talking about. And the only way I can do that is telling them something that I know that they know. They know that this gambling house got shot up. So if I tell them this gambling house got shot up and these people did it,
I didn't have my
they'll
mic
go
on.
for all the
I love how
other
he's
shit
doing
that
this
I'm
for
trying to
the
cover up. You feel
stenographer.
me?
It's great.
Okay.
You good? You good?
She said, yeah.
All right. Now, earlier I asked you what studio that you go to Do you recall telling the detective that the studio that you go to is the one on Northside Drive? It's Metropolitan in the
Go
loft.
grab the
Do
mic.
you recall that being the studio that you were going
All right.
I don't think I ever
Even
been
you
to the
fell for it?
studio on Metropolitan. I don't recall going to the studio on Metropolitan.
That was great.
Back in June of 2015, did you believe that Thug turned everyone against you?
Huh?
Back in June of 2015, did you believe that Thug had turned everyone against you?
That's why I would tell the police anything to get them off me. If y'all watch me like y'all was, y'all would see that nothing ain't changed but the lies I told the police.
So my question is, in June of 2015, did you believe Thug was trying to get everyone to turn against you?
What do you need to do that for?
Isn't it true that you told the detectives that Thug turned everyone against me?
It's true that I tell the investigators anything that they want to hear. They want to hear about Thug. So I'm about to sit right here and gas them up. I'm about to sit right here and say he killed 19 people, all type of stuff. I'm about to sit right here and make him look like the worst person on the earth so that they can believe and let me go.
Oh,
And at no point in
Oh,
these interviews
stay
did you
strong,
ever
Whitney.
tell
Stay
the
strong.
police that Thug killed Nut, did you?
Shit, did I?
At any point, did you ever tell any police, if you wanted to make him look so bad, at any point, did you ever tell the police that Thug killed Nut?
Shit, I don't know. I think I don't recall. I can't say what I told him. I can't remember because you're trying to trap me up. I can't remember if I told them that he did it. I don't.
Isn't it true?
I know I was gonna get it off of me.
Okay. Isn't it true that what you told the detectives, which is what Demekion told you, was that it was Shannon, Nard, Yak, and Dua?
I don't recall what I told.
Sustain.
Okay. Isn't it true that you only told the detectives what D told you?
I don't recall what I told him. I thought that D was gonna back up my story, so I was trying to throw the blame on D to get it off of me.
Okay. And isn't it true that D only told you that the people who shot the shot were Nard, Shannon, Yak, and Dua?
What's going on?
I'll repeat the question. Isn't it true that D only told you that it was Nard, Shannon, Yak, and Dua?
Like I told you in that back room back there, D never told me none of that. I made it up.
All right.
I don't recall.
We need to take a quick break.
Okay.
uh-oh.
What's a quick break? I don't know, maybe 10 minutes.
Something's going on.
Yeah, but be back in 10 minutes, okay?
I'm be like that.
All right.
He said, I ain't coming back. Yeah, you will. They'll come and get you.
Sorry, we had a juror with the nose. So they're gonna
Oh,
deal with that.
a juror with nosebleed.
Hopefully it won't take long.
So if you're just joining, Melnick, who was Woody, the guy who's testifying right now's lawyer, was fired this morning. So Woody has a whole different lawyer who is probably completely unfamiliar with the case, but he was fired for failing to notify a completely different client, again, unrelated to the case, of a court proceeding related to child support. So he was fired and suspended for practicing law for 6 months. So he was fired for 6 months. So his trust lawyer that he's used for several cases has been fired. So there's that. And if you guys are familiar with attorney Bumpus, who's been involved in this case, was fired from a completely separate related case. So then there's that. Just complete nonsense. Yeah, a juror had a nosebleed. Having connectivity issues. Hold on just 1 second. Okay, there we go. Let's see if they're back. Oh, they said 10 minutes, didn't they? Yeah, they're not back yet. Still looking at the Georgia symbol. But yeah, I seen y'all say something about shirts. We are working on several shirts that are really awesome. They are I could pull up a few to show you, but they are just prototypes. Nothing is 100% yet. If you guys want to see, I was kind of hoping Jason would call or pop in or something. If you can hear me, Jason, call. We want to know what's going on. All right, let me get my Discord pulled up here. Actually, let me pull up my camera. Yeah, I think Woody needed a break too. He said he wasn't coming back, and they were like, I think you are. Let me go to my shirts. That one. No. Let me just get into my Canva. Canva is life, y'all. I don't know what I would do without Canva. I do everything in Canva. So there's this one. I can show y'all this one. All right. Like I said, nothing has been like completely approved yet, so don't start placing orders or anything. So check this one out. What do y'all think of this one? This is Free Woody. There's a Free Woody t-shirt. It's got a picture of him in his garb from the jail. And then there's this one. It's just a Dear Lord Christian t-shirt with the logo. Trying to find the shirt. So this one is the one I wanted to show you guys. Okay. So I don't know why I don't have it on my computer, but let me see if y'all can see this picture. Somebody come up with the idea that said got Brady. So we come up with like a Brady Bunch theme. Oh man, that's blurry. Lousy day, that's blurry. Okay. So we come up with all the lawyers in a Brady Bunch kind of deal and put got Brady. And y'all see that on a t-shirt. So that and the Free Woody shirt. And then there's this one, Free Woody, hashtag Free Woody. And below it, going at an angle, it says, I plead the fifth. We're still tweaking things before we put them up. We just haven't had a lot of time to talk about this with the trial going on. Let's see what we can find out. So Law and Crime just posted, this is a circus YSL moments. Y'all want to watch that real quick? It looks pretty good. Let's watch that.
Whoever he is with,
The Man of
he's
Steel.
sanctuary. He knows where he came from. He came from nothing. Now he stands before you. We trust you.
And I block that Law and Crime.
Week 1 of the Georgia RICO trial of rapper Young Thug and his co-defendants is officially in the books. Just because the trial is now underway doesn't mean it has been smooth sailing. No, we're bringing you 10 of the most eyebrow-raising, notable, and wow moments from Week 1.
From week
Welcome
one?
to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime.
It just
I'm
gets
Jesse
crazier.
Weber. So after what was a marathon of almost a year of jury selection and twists and turns in the case, with defendants taking plea deals, another on the run, others having their cases being separated, we have finally concluded the first week of the criminal trial of rapper Young Thug, or Jeffery Williams, and his 5 co-defendants. And let's not forget, the rapper and his alleged co-gang members stand accused of running one of the biggest criminal enterprises in Atlanta history. That's what we're talking about when we say a RICO, or racketeering conspiracy case, that there was an agreement to break the law, and these defendants and their unindicted co-conspirators took overt steps or acts to further this criminal enterprise known as YSL. Prosecutors say YSL is called Young Slime Life. Defense contending YSL is really just a record label. But now, the trial kicked off on Monday, November 27th, after the Thanksgiving holiday, and we're finally starting to hear what the prosecutors say they can prove, and what defense attorneys, for all 6 attorneys, have to say in response. The prosecution plans to show that Young Thug and his alleged co-conspirators were in this conspiracy together to further their criminal enterprise, meaning that there was an agreement. They acted in concert to further their gang, make money, gain notoriety or influence, that sort of thing. And they allegedly did all of that by orchestrating assaults, hijackings, burglaries, drug deals, and even murder. This is what we, again, are talking about with RICO or racketeering. Agreement to break the law, overt acts taken by Young Thug and his co-defendants and others in furtherance of this conspiracy. I know I keep saying it, but it's important to remember what we're talking about. And by the way, prosecutors are planning to prove 191 overt acts in this case. Wonder why this trial is going to last months. So that brings me to the first notable moment, prosecution's opening statement. And you know that prosecutors, they start their opening statement in all different ways, right? Sometimes they give facts of the crime, they give a timeline, sometimes they just introduce themselves. Remember, it's kind of a roadmap of where this case is going to go. Well, for Fulton County Chief Deputy District Attorney Adrienne Love, she started her opening statement in a very unique way with a few lines from Rudyard Kipling's The Jungle Book.
Now, this is the law of the jungle, as old and as true as the sky. And the wolf that shall keep it may prosper, but the wolf that shall break it must die. As the creeper that girdles the tree trunk, the law running forward and back. For the strength of the pack is the wolf, and the strength of the wolf is the pack.
Now, you may be wondering, why the heck would she start off this way? Well, the prosecution, again, has to show for a racketeering conspiracy case that everything was done by these co-defendants for the purpose, the sole purpose of the criminal enterprise. That these crimes and acts were done not to benefit themselves as individuals, but the gang collectively. That's the key. That's why she focuses on the pack. And that Young Thug is the alleged leader of this pack or criminal enterprise. Now, as one would expect in a trial with so many defendants, there were definitely a lot of interruptions right off the bat. And that led to some tension in the courtroom.
Did I have a rule on that issue?
You said that you would do it later as it came
Okay,
up.
well, here's the thing. Later is now. I got a jury in the box, so you could have asked me that an hour. I mean, we had time this morning. I could have gone through that this morning and made clarity on it for both sides.
No, just I wish that the court would just follow their own instruction.
Well, I'll follow my instructions when you all bring to my attention what you need to in a timely manner.
Yeah. And one of the biggest interruptions came during Prosecutor Love's opening statement.
And their actions during the dates that are listed in this indictment are what we are asking that you pay close attention to and you evaluate.
Right.
It,
You have an objection?
Yes, sir.
Basis.
Motion.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of our breaks. I'm going to need to probably ask you to retire to your headquarters jury deliberation room, and we'll call you back in just a minute. All right, Mr. Steele, what's your motion, sir?
Your Honor, last week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago, you ordered the parties to share all of their displays in opening statement to the others so we don't have to have these interruptions. I did that. The state shared with me 4 attachments. That's all they had. That's what I got. What you just saw on your screen, if you don't remember, I'll ask the state to put it up and I asked for it to be marked as exhibit, is what you already excluded. It states that Mr. Ryan was convicted of murder and I represent the co-defendant who's not on trial on the appeal. How did that not get sent to me so I could bring it to this honorable court's attention? 1. And 2, how do we just violate court orders? So yes, I have a serious motion for a mistrial because it's intentional misconduct.
Hey, everybody, this is a Morgan & Morgan legal alert. Evidence shows that Google has allegedly violated the privacy of millions of Americans via incognito mode. Your personal information and data may have been unfairly collected and then used for profit. As America's largest injury law firm, Morgan & Morgan has recovered over $20 billion in compensation for clients, and they may be able to help you fight for justice. If you've used incognito mode in Google's Chrome internet browser, you can find out if you have a claim in only a few clicks by visiting www.forthepeople.com/LCGoogle. It only takes a few minutes to sign up and find out if you have a claim. So Brian Steele, Young Thug's attorney, says that Love showed these PowerPoint slides that he apparently never saw. The defense attorneys, they were all supposed to be able to review anybody else's presentations to make sure that all their ducks were in a row, right? Well, there was apparently something on Love's slide about Steele representing one of the other defendants, Rodalius Ryan, in another case that apparently wasn't supposed to be there. The jury wasn't supposed to see it. He asked for a mistrial. That didn't happen. But there were more problems with the information on the PowerPoint slides.
All right, Mr. Matthews.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning to the Honorable Court. I'd like to direct the state's attention to slide 15. The slide 15, the third bullet point. Number 2, the quote in the indictment is different from the quote in the paragraph. So that's 2 errors in slide 15 pertaining to Marquez Hewitt. In the state's opening presentation, the date they have is October 1, 2020, but in the indictment, that particular overt act is November 16, 2020. So that's the third error in the state's opening slide presentation. So those need to be corrected to mirror the indictment.
On behalf of Mr. Stillwell, slide number 47, it suggests that Mr. Stillwell is still committing crimes on behalf of the gang even after being indicted on these charges. And my understanding was that anything that you had not ruled upon, we were not supposed to reference or discuss in opening statements. So those are clear references to unindicted charges that we did not get a ruling on its admissibility yet.
Do I have any further objection? Are there any further objections to the state's PowerPoint?
Your Honor, I was unaware that there were changes. I apologize. No one told me that. I didn't get an email to that or text.
I told you all to do that during lunch. That was my last conversation with you all before I went ahead and broke for lunch. You know, you all don't listen to the court, and it's going to get you all in a lot of hot water. You need to listen to me when I tell you something, and don't rely upon your own understanding. These jurors are waiting back there. We are dallying out here. So you didn't follow my instructions, Mr. Steele. I mean, that's what I asked you all to do. I asked you all to share each. We're already behind to begin with. Any further objections?
And on slide 10 and 13, they misquoted the Instagram post.
They misquoted it?
Yes, they did. It says, I bet YSL make the news tonight. That's not what the Instagram post says.
Your Honor, we actually copied the Instagram post into slides 10 and 13.
And it does not say tonight.
I'm sorry. Okay. I will take out the word tonight.
Yeah, it was a mess. It was a mess. There's really no other way to describe it. You have defense attorneys saying that the prosecution slides were inaccurate, which kind of looked like they were. Then, while Judge Earl Glanville had hoped that everything could be worked out during the lunch break, he had actually had to excuse the jury in the middle of the prosecution's opening statement to work all this out. He got upset because he said attorneys didn't do what they were supposed to do. In fact, Judge Glanville was so frustrated, he had threatened that no one could then use PowerPoints in their opening statements. But after further discussion, negotiation, he ended up allowing edited and redacted versions of slides in PowerPoints. And after over 2 hours, the jury finally came back in to hear the continuation of the opening statements. That was day one, everybody. That was day one. Now let's talk about day two. So it's Tuesday, and we heard from Mr. Steele once again. This time, it was for him to deliver his opening statement on behalf of his client, Young Thug. And he addressed several key issues, but one of the biggest talking points seemed to be that Young Thug doesn't really buy into our justice system anyway.
In this environment of severe poverty, severe crime, Jeffrey developed 2 deep, embedded beliefs about our criminal justice system. The first one is that it is not justice. Our criminal justice system was not just, at least for people that he saw. Jeffrey thinks that the entire justice system is corrupt. It should be blown up. And everybody who feeds into that are awful people, stealing lives away from others.
Wow. Some strong words right there, especially as we're in a court of law as part of the justice system. But his point is for the jury to understand the context and surroundings of Jeffery Williams' life. Seems to me Steele was trying to portray Williams as a misunderstood artist who's being persecuted for his craft. He even said, Thug isn't as nefarious as prosecutors would have you believe.
It was his pact that if he could ever make it as a musical artist and help his family, himself, and as many others out of this endless cycle of hopelessness, he would be truly humble under, that's what thug means.
So thug, T-H-U-G, has a different meaning. And he also had another explanation for the jury about one of Thug's songs with Gunna, a YSL member who took a plea deal last year.
And the prosecution is targeting, that's Jeffrey taking a selfie in the mirror, and he has his hand up, and the indictment that the prosecution had the grand jury return says he's holding up a blood sign, and that furthers this conspiracy. There's nothing wrong with holding up a blood sign, but that's not a blood sign. A blood sign is like this, it looks like a B. That is a P. Jeffrey's fingers are down. And what you'll learn is that Jeffrey just released with Sergio Kitchens, formerly known as Gunna, a song that is wildly popular. It's around the globe. It's called Pushing P. And it's positivity. It means any circumstance you're in, if you think positively about something, you can make it through. You're pushing positivity. You're pushing P. Jeffrey is showing the P.
So
Hey, Jason, can you come in the chat? Can you come up? Can you talk? So you can give us an update. If not, that's okay. We'll just put some music on and let the chat run. But we appreciate you going to the courthouse for us and being live on location. But they're on lunch break till 1 p.m. Eastern, according to Jason. Let's find some music, shall we? Just moved that the other day. Oh, no, thank you. Kind of feeling it. Relax. It's been so stressful today. Okay. I'm not going to dance because it's an extreme band and say, I'm not a crazy black girl dancing. Yes.
I get the chicken at least. I'm gonna get
No,
the
it's
news. I'm gonna try.
What's going on? What's happening? All
You were
right.
frozen. I can hear you.
All right. There she is right there. This is my YouTube channel. Hey, what's going on, man? That's Mandy.
Hey, Mandy.
Mandy reacts.
Hey,
You want to say what's up to the peeps?
Yeah, I do it for you.
Look at who this guy is. Who this dude is.
oh my
Yeah,
gosh,
right.
it's Woody.
We
Hey,
outside.
we are huge
Go
fans,
ahead, get
Woody.
something. Go to order the lunch. We in the lunch line right now. Let me grab my earbuds so I can hear. We are out
So
here in
Woody
these
just stay
streets.
strong.
I cannot hear you. One second, love bug. Okay, now I'm back.
Tell Woody we got 200 people in here saying stay strong.
Okay, hopefully you can hear me.
Can you not hear me?
I can't hear you. Hold on one second.
Oh, let me just audio settings. Okay, that should be better.
Can you hear me, Mandy?
Yes.
Okay,
Can
I got you. Hey, Mandy.
Hey,
I can. Hey,
okay. Hey, I was coming through my webcam for some reason.
it's okay. We're out here. We're at lunch at the courthouse right now.
Tell Woody we got 200 people in here telling him to stay strong.
I will. I'll make sure he knows that. That's
So how's it
about to knock
going
up.
on location?
It is it is very different. It is very different. I got a lot to tell y'all. A lot.
You heard about
It is
Melanie.
wild. Yes, I did.
So
look at this
the
guy, Bob.
council, right? Right?
Look at that guy back there. See that guy back there?
Black
See
Austin,
Shard
right?
back there? Shard is back there behind me.
Oh, that's hard. Okay, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's man. It's very interesting. I have to tell you, I cannot wait to debrief with y'all. I cannot wait. But so how's it going?
You taking Woody
Oh
to
yeah.
lunch?
I think Sylvie, you treating? Oh, okay. I gotta check. I gotta make sure. I gotta make sure before I start ordering. Yeah, we just taking them to lunch. We're literally just like down the hall from the courthouse. I mean, from the courtroom. And,
Chat says you've been dapper in your bow tie.
oh well, thank you. I won't do it again though, because it is a little cool in there. It is cold in there.
Isn't it?
Yeah,
They
it
want
is
to make
really.
sure you stay awake because he's yawning all the time.
Oh my gosh, no! I would be taking with uniform. I'm holding on because I don't want to be snoring in there. But I would definitely pass out.
We cracked up though when he made her laugh. He made her laugh
Oh,
that one
yes.
time. That was good.
We're in the back betting on him doing that. So hold on one second. Let me order this real quick. Hey, how are you?
How are you?
Can I have crispy chicken, ramen, as well as 2 gudatamas?
Great.
Gudatamas, eh?
Two season eggs?
Yep.
It's not crispy chicken ramen. It's just the chicken ramen.
If you're just coming back,
Okay.
I'll back up. He had Woody with him there for a minute.
Okay, we outside, he said. We outside. So we are, like I said, we are here at lunch. I'm gonna probably catch up with Sylvia. Sylvia's right here with me. Awesome, Sylvia. I don't know how awesome she is because I think she's trying to finagle out of buying me lunch, but she might not be too awesome. She might not be too. She might be infamous for real because she ain't buying my lunch. She got more subscribers than me. Help a brother out. What's going on here? But no, it's been interesting to say the least.
Tell her no love for the 25K. No love at all.
No love for 25K. She's already. She gonna diss me. You letting your whole thing show. You letting the whole thing out. Yeah. There we go. All right, so we are Jesse else is here. Good. Chicken ramen, got my stuff. Okay. Okay, so how's it going today?
going good. Chat's been
Okay.
busy.
I love it. I love it.
We got up to like 400, 500 at one point.
Oh, I love it. Okay. All right. So let me see real quick. I'm trying to order my food, but I don't know how much it is. So there's gonna be a problem. There might be a problem. You might see me washing some dishes. Down here. I mean, this is not bad. I could do this once or twice a week for sure. All right, let's see what we got. Okay, let's see if she got my stuff. Yes, I think so.
Inside the law came in the chat and he was like, there's no way I'm going to that.
Yep. Hold on a second.
Jason's going to answer some
Yes.
questions in just a minute.
All right, appreciate it. You got it. Did I get chopsticks? Okay, thank you, love. All right. All right, good people. I'm about to set up and we're going to eat some lunch. Oh, you pay for it. Oh, you get like a little. Okay, I'm trying to figure out how to buy something to drink. Sorry, just realized how to do it. Oh, okay, so it's like a little kiosk and you got to buy your stuff and then come over and pay for it. Okay, all right. So, real quick, what questions do y'all have? Do you mind reading to me?
No, not at all. Kamala wants to know how are the jury reactions?
Yeah, okay, so there are no. I don't get to see the jury at all. So the jury is like in this box, and you don't even see them. So I did that wrong.
Yeah, because
so you don't even see it.
Across the audience at one point. Like, where's
the jury is like literally behind the cameraman, to the left of the cameraman. You will never see the jury because they're literally in a box. Like I can't even see them. So I can't even see. I mean, I know there's humans in there, but that's about it. And you really got to pay attention in order to see, like, to tell, like, okay, there's a woman right there or is it a man. So that's it's kind of weird, but it's not. I mean, it's not the worst thing I've ever seen.
Okay.
I hope that makes sense.
Someone said, "What's up with Siswit's facial expressions? Is she very expressive?"
She falling asleep. I'm just gonna say that right there. I'll put it out there. She falling asleep. I don't care what she said. she falling asleep. That's why she got that camera right there. Because I mean, why she moved her monitor? Because she falling asleep. I'm sorry. I don't mean to put on loud. But she falling asleep.
That's great.
I'm gonna set up my
questions are just about the jury. Which
the jury you don't see. I'll tell y'all what the kerfuffle was, Mr. Shard. I'll tell y'all what the kerfuffle was when I leave or when I get tonight when I do like a recap. I'll tell y'all what happened. I won't put them on, but they had a medical emergency, and then they transferred. The medical emergency, I guess, turned into an early lunch. Oh, there we go.
They said a juror had a nosebleed.
Oh, okay. So they did tell y'all. Okay, I didn't know what they told y'all, but I will tell you this though: when the camera goes up to the, how the camera changes and it shows the Georgia State logo and that kind of stuff. It is the courtroom is wild. I mean, there's all kinds of talking going on, all kinds of yucking it up. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing right now is the Georgia State logo.
Right. So right now, while that logo is up there, it is all kinds of yucking it up and kiki-keying. I mean, it is a totally different vibe. It is not what you expect. Because, they're all formal, right? They're always, keeping it formal and blah, blah, blah. Man, the camera, when that mic goes off and the camera goes up, that's why they mute the mic, because it became so loud in there. Just a little bit I was in there, I was like, wow, you would not think this was a courtroom.
Oh man, I wish we could see some of that.
I really wish you could. Now they take your phone away from you.
They take it away?
So they put in like a little pouch. Hey friend. They put in like you have to put in this magnetic pouch, and it's locked away, so you can't access it. Since I don't have
Woody
a
pulled his
Rule
out
20.
on the stand.
Who? Yeah, he
Woody.
did have his own thing. He did. That's a very good point. But I'm gonna see if I can get a Rule 22 next time I come down here. Apparently, it's not hard to get. You get media credentials. I'm gonna try to get a media.
You should be able to get them.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get it for the next time for sure. So I'm thinking I might come back down here another day, maybe Thursday or another day. But to answer to the point that I was making though is it's so you don't have your phone. I don't know why they let Woody keep it. It's like, look, bro, you just doing whatever. Now I don't know if they mentioned. Did y'all hear how long he's gonna be up there?
No.
It rhymes with Friday.
What? They're
That's
gonna
what she
keep him
said.
up there that long?
So when we got in this morning, Judge Whitaker, I'm no longer calling her Sis Whit. Judge Whitaker just asked her, like, hey,
She out the family.
how long? Yeah, I kicked you out the fam. Oh, shoot, should we get in my. Hold on one second. This is the wrong. She gave me the wrong stuff. Dang, y'all. Hold on one second, y'all.
Jason done took somebody
Hold
else's
on.
food.
Hold on.
So if y'all are just coming back, back it up because he had a little cameo with Woody, which was very good. And apparently Woody is going to be on the stand till Friday. Oh my gosh, that is insane. Oh, I wish
Excuse
you would.
me. I had the crispy chicken as well. I didn't get that with my ramen.
Listen, we're dealing with
Here-
the
here- I don't. Yeah, it was. I'm sorry if I didn't realize he didn't put that in the bag. Thank you so much, dear. Appreciate you. Okay, here you go. You said he.
Yes, sir.
What's up, man? Jason, Zero One Christian. Good seeing you, brother. All right. All right, because this. Okay, here I'm back. I'm back.
Okay, welcome.
All right. So yeah, they're gonna have to do up there until Friday.
You need to ask Woody for an interview.
Oh, I mean, he's sitting right there in front of me. I'm just letting him eat his lunch.
So go sit with him and ask him for an interview.
I'm talking to y'all. I
Are
got
you
y'all. Don't worry.
nervous?
I'm just hungry.
You can eat and talk to him at the same time. Be like, hey, just ask him. Say, hey, man, you wouldn't come over here and sit with me for a minute and do a little interview on my YouTube channel, would you?
I got you. Don't worry, I got you, my G. I got you. Hold tight. Cause it's about to get loud in here. It's okay. I got you.
Let the man
But
eat.
what
No,
other?
see, I am his, I don't know what I am. I am his manager person.
You're keeping me on point. I got you.
It's my
I'm just
job
trying
to push him a little bit.
I see. You're doing it too. But yeah, man, this court case is crazy. So yeah, they're gonna keep him on the stand until Friday.
That's nuts. That's too much.
It is too much.
I think what they're doing now is too much. But that's me.
If it's any consolation, the majority of the watching audience in the gallery believes that as well. They're like, what is the purpose of this? Now, let me tell you something else.
Mm-hmm.
Simone Hilton is tall. She's a very tall woman.
You can tell.
I don't think I realized how tall she is.
I would not
she's very
let
tall.
people talk about her outfit today. She looked like a highlighter. I would not let anybody say it.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Y'all better calm down. She looked good today. I ain't gonna even lie.
It's a pretty color.
She's actually a pretty woman. I'm just gonna say that out loud. She's her and look.
Miss Love is not ugly.
No,
Not at
my
all.
goodness.
I like her
Take
hair.
it down. Calm down, people. Calm down.
Look, it's me talking. I
No, I'm saying,
think she's pretty. I think she's pretty.
Oh, I agree.
I might not like the things she does, but I think That's a lot of fuchsia. It is a lot of fuchsia, but I think it's a pretty outfit. We
If
watched,
Ashley Merchant, if Ashley Merchant had it on, nobody would care.
right. We watched the video on break from
Oh, how
we watch YouTube.
we wa-
It was fantastic.
now, what was the were there any other questions that came up that you heard of?
They were all jury questions. Does anybody have any questions
Really?
about?
How are they asking about the jury? That's so interesting.
Does anybody have any questions about
Mm-mm.
court and Jason being at court? Better ask now or forever hold your peace.
I'll say this: the courtroom is a lot smaller than I thought. I really thought it was going to be bigger. It's a lot smaller than I thought it was.
Yes, Teresa.
You almost see the whole thing in the video.
How
Like
are people treating Woody? Miss Mindy asked.
he's just an average Joe. He's
Good.
not public enemy. He's not. I mean, he literally just sitting here at the table, right in front of me, sitting next to another YouTuber, talking, eating lunch.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. Has he seen that video? That we watch YouTube video? If not, can we show it to him?
Have I seen it?
No, has Woody seen it?
I don't know. He's been, like I said, I didn't have my phone after I was on this morning. When I came in, I had to turn in my phone. When I saw y'all on break, I went and got it out and for a hot second and then put it back. So I hadn't had an opportunity. And he was on the phone when both times I was in the hallway with him.
Who is his new lawyer? Do you know? That's a
He
good
doesn't have a
question.
lawyer. I know. I don't think he has one right now.
Well, the judge put out a statement that she made sure that he secured a lawyer this morning.
Oh, I don't know what it is.
Okay.
Everybody that looks like a lawyer here, I've seen before.
Okay. Well, we'll ask him.
Yeah. That's gonna be my next question. Don't worry.
Yeah, we'll ask.
Um,
Because if not, then she put out a false statement, and I want to know about it. So apparently, Miss Bumpus got fired from the job she's currently working. Did you know that?
Mm-mm. What happened?
We don't know. It was
No.
on Duggar Daily. She just can't keep it together.
I don't know what she got going on. I'm gonna leave that alone. I was surprised she wasn't here today though. She's not here in court with us today. So, but I'm not. I think Sylvia said she went back to Texas. So maybe that might be a little bit better look for her. Instead of trouble over here. All right, give me a second. We're about to go.
I
Doing the
don't
impromptu.
understand how to ask that question. Can you reword it, please? Oh, somebody said Bumpus was on YouTube yesterday and said she was heading to Texas after her vacation.
Oh, okay. Knock it out.
Vacation. Yeah, he's a prosecution witness, but he can be cross-examined, right? I mean, Woody can be cross-examined, right?
He can be cross-examined. He can be re-examined.
Yeah.
He can be up there for a month. Hold on one second. I'll be right back. Okay, now I'm back. All right.
You know what YouTuber he's sitting with?
He's actually on the phone now. I literally was about to have him come over here, but he's sitting on the phone. What'd I do wrong? I got microphones. You want to jump in? I got mics. I got mics. I'll tell this guy. So he on the phone. Let me see if he'll jump in real quick.
Okay, that would be
One good
great.
man. Let me get this dude to come over here and holler at me. All right. He on his way. He signaled to me he's on the way to the restroom, but I was gonna ask him about his attorney. But when he comes back in here, I got him.
Okay.
What was there another question? Or anything else?
Let's see.
Hey, little sis is not little sis. She's a whole grown woman. She's really very petite in frame. I was trying not to be like a fanboy, go around taking pictures of people. But Doug Weinstein is very nice. I was like, man, Doug, we had a good time talking. We had a great time. Same thing. Oh, okay. So
Yes,
Brian
Monica, you're
Steele's
out to lot. Go ahead.
Brian Steele's wife was exposed to COVID
Oh,
to
that's
some
what's going
degree.
on.
So he's wearing a mask because his wife was exposed.
Well, we know the answer to that now.
Yeah, so that's what's going on with him. But yeah, like I said, everybody else, I knew Matthews was a Morehouse graduate. His son is the guy that's sitting next to him with the dark beard. So he got a white beard and he got dark beard, and they're both lawyers. And that's Matthews. Trying to think what else. Yeah, it's weird because when the cameras go off, like they get to walk around and just chill. Like they get to like go to the restroom. They don't sit there the whole time like that. They literally, I think that's why they move the camera so much. They move it out of the way and you can't see them and you can't hear them. But I mean, the defendants get to walk around. Their attorneys are chilly most coast to coast. It's kind of wild. It's definitely a different spirit. What'd she say? Did you see
Rebecca
Melnick?
Starr, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Did y'all see Melnick
Thank
got
you.
suspended? If so, do you think it's a coincidence on timing? Rebecca, I'll answer it if you want me to, or you can.
No, you're welcome to, please.
He actually got suspended related to a different case because he did not inform someone about a hearing on a child support case, according to Tucker Daily. And he got
That's what I was told, yes.
6 months. Yeah.
6 months suspended? Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Yikes.
And
That's my
he's
brush.
being publicly admonished for it as well.
No. I'm not really surprised because there's just so many little moving pieces. But I can see a little bit better. There we go.
But if it's a coincidence thing, that's up to you to decide.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. I can see a little bit better. Pop a comment on the screen. Just let me see how it looks. Yeah, okay. A little bit better. Absolutely. Okay.
We can see you better too.
Oh, perfect. So if I get a guess, now they didn't announce it like in the court, if that's what you're wondering. They didn't announce it. I just Sylvia told me, and then of course you just told me. But yeah, I didn't know about it before then. They didn't announce it at all.
I'll cut my hair off so I can have background noise out.
Okay, so I don't know how cold it is to everybody else, but it's not like I thought it was gonna be like super freezing cold in there. It's not that bad.
Oh, okay.
I mean, the air is on now. Let's be honest, the air is on, but it's not like as bad as they were making it sound yesterday. I thought literally I was gonna die, supposed to die in here. It's not that bad.
So you wore long
But
sleeves. So
so yeah, I wore sleeves, but I have a sweater too, just in case. I was like, I don't know how bad it's gonna be. I could have been fine. I didn't need to bring my sweater, but that's neither here nor there.
yeah.
But
I don't
yeah,
blame
man,
you.
it's
Sweater too. I'm always
yeah,
cold.
it's been all right. Let me see. There we go. Yeah. Besides that, though, it's been pretty wild. You really cannot. The courtroom is super small. Let me just say that again. It is really small compared to what you would think it would be. It is not. It's muy pequeño. So the reason I bring that up is because you can't make a lot of noise in there. So you cannot be, whispering to your neighbor. They only got you whisper to your neighbor, everybody's gonna hear it. So
did you have to sign
I,
anything like a NDA or anything like
oh
that?
no, you just you sign in, you give them your ID, you gotta give them your cell phone and put your cell phone in this little magnetic bag that can't be opened until you use some special key to unlock it. The same thing they probably put your kids' phones in school sometimes. So anyway, and then that was it. So yeah, no NDA or anything like that. Just and actually, it's not. There's not many people in there either. Like, you would kind of think it was like a lot of folk there, and a lot
Yeah.
of there's not. There's not anybody. His family's there. There's like maybe 5, 6 people, member family, and there's another lady and myself. That's it. And then there's Sylvia and the original, the true cameraman. That's it.
Probably
And everybody else,
people at first. It probably died out.
probably, yeah. And then of course, you see everybody else on your side. Also, it's not even a rumor. They're all saying that this is going to be over in February. They're saying it's going till February. Like, even Brian, Max Shard said it to me. Doug Wilson said it to me. White
So it is.
Matthew said it. It's in February, and that's what Judge Whitaker working hard. There's not. It wasn't like it was a delay or anything like that. So that's what they're anticipating. As my daughters like to say, the streets are saying February.
Someone said, Teresa Stanley said, I wonder why the judge denied the 21 rule to bump us. I think she has it, doesn't she?
She has a 22.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think the question I had was, why does she need one? Like, shouldn't you be doing other lawyer stuff? But I didn't understand what she needed a Rule 22 for.
Because
Rule 22, Rule 22 just means
on her Facebook, on her, not Facebook, on her Instagram Live all the time.
Rule 22 is just nothing more than it says you're a media person. And I'm like, well, but I don't know what it's really weird. Like, hey, I'm a mechanic, but I also moonlight as a race car driver. Okay, that kind of makes sense because it's in the same field. But if I'm a mechanic and I also moonlight as a wildlife photographer, you're like, wait, what does that have to do with the other one?
No, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it is even weird, but it is what it is. I ain't mad at it. Go do what you're gonna do. So, but yeah, I think Brother Wood. Let me walk on over here, back toward the room. Oh, we got a lot of time.
Yeah.
But yeah, if there's any other questions came up or anything else of intrigue, I think it's not really as bad as I thought it would be. So it's definitely something I could come back down here and do this again.
Someone said, have you talked to any of the prosecutors?
No, I met them all. Like, hello, nice to meet you. But I didn't like have dialogue with. I met all 3 of them.
So you guys met them.
Say again.
I said, so you have met them, but you just didn't have a conversation with them. Okay.
That is correct. Now it is kind of weird because you're like, I've spent the last 2 months cheering against them. But if you actually meet them face to face, you're like, oh, I don't know if I like you. But you know, like they're really, they seem like they're
Doing their job, you know, they're doing their
just
job.
doing their job. And like I said, they look different on like what's his name, Atkins. He's not as tall as I thought he would be. But like I said, Simone is really a tall woman. And Adrian, I mean, she has a nice smile. I ain't gonna lie to you. I think she's probably a nicer person than I made her out to be. But yeah,
I
that's
really
them.
like her style. She has a lot of style. Adrian Lowe.
Oh yeah,
She has nice style. She does. I might not like
okay.
her decision making, but she has nice style. I got to give her that.
Yeah. Like I said, most of the stuff that people don't like Adrian for, you would be okay with. I mean, dress wise, you'd be okay if Ashley Merchant wore it. So like, just take it down a notch.
Yeah,
Take it down.
she's got style.
So okay, so it looks like a lot of courts are letting out. So we got a lot of jurors in here. Apparently but it looks like they took the YSL jurors out, and they're not in here. So I don't know. I don't think they're in here, but I'm gonna ask.
I'm
I'm
not
gonna get.
surprised about that. They probably feed them separately so they don't
It look.
interact.
They
and get
were
quick.
all. Yeah, it looks like they were all getting on the elevator. I'm gonna try my other. Let me try my microphone real quick. Hold on one second. I'm gonna see if I can get Sadie to come sit down and hang out with me for a second. Or I'm gonna see if I can get one of them to stop by real quick. All right, let me hook my other. All right. Okay, I just added my wireless mics, so I'm gonna try see how they work. I haven't.
You got it hooked up already?
I do. Let's see how. I'm gonna see how they do.
I can go in and hook it up there.
Hold on one second. Wait, these guys might be dead. Hold on. Oh, this guy is.
It shows up. Well, it just went away.
Okay. Did another
There.
one show up?
Yeah, there it is.
Okay. So yeah. Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Nope.
All right.
Okay, now.
All right. Get over here, Sadie, man. Get over here. Put you on, man on the street, man. What's going on, brother?
Hey there.
Hey, good. Here, let me try. I'm trying this microphone out, see what works. Can you hear him? Okay. This is my YouTube channel.
Hey there.
Can you hear him pretty clear?
Not at
You
all.
cannot hear him at all. Okay. So apparently, okay. So these don't work like I thought because I'm using my earbuds, and that's what I'm hearing. But it's running interference. Okay.
Oh, there.
All right.
You can hear him a little bit now.
They can hear you because you're close to me. Anyway, all right. Tell me who you are. Sadie Nash, the hood lawyer. All right. So tell me a little bit about what you do on your channel. All that kind of good stuff. Are you a lawyer? No. So you like me, a pre-K law student? I love it. I got you. All right. So this is Sadie Nash, the hood lawyer. What do you thought about? How many times have you been here? It's your first day too? Oh, bro, we both first day. Oh. Okay. All right. So what you thought about it so far? No,
Can you sit a little closer to him?
Yeah. Let me.
It's really hard.
Yeah, let me. Okay, here. Can you just talk into it? We're just. Yeah. How's it sound?
Oh, that's much better. Yeah.
So far, it's proven that honestly, that's a consequence. So that's what
It's breaking up. We can't. It's breaking up. He's. Hey, tell him to do this and put it in his ear.
So if they can do that so far, they haven't. It looks bad because you're treating your own witnesses hostage. Those who are like a simple understanding, that's like saying these are my kids. But when you call them by their name, they ain't listen.
Right.
So it's hard for me to say I'm a parent. That's what's going on. So honestly, they should have really kept it to the police and the gang experts and stuff like that. That would have looked better. All of these individuals just to recite and act as parents, in my opinion. Honestly, to be fair, I think like how they was thinking with Rudy is because of all the animosity that's favorable.
Supposed to be right.
Yeah, that he would be like, if this provides biofeed, said this, I'm in church now, and this is what my conscience, which means even though he ain't Catholic, he treats it like a bishop. So
For sure.
that's just my little thing.
No, I got you. Let me see. Could you hear that okay? Mandy?
We heard it a little bit. Heard it a little
Okay.
bit.
So, no. And if I'm understanding correctly, he's saying,
Hold it as close to his mouth as he can.
yeah, hold it closer to your mouth, as they said. They just said hold it closer to your mouth.
Hold it real.
But so basically, he said it's basically death by 1,000 cuts. They just let me do this. Let me get rid of this guy too. He says basically death by 1,000 cuts. And at the current moment, they really haven't proven what they were trying to prove. And by trying to go big, they've kind of ruined it for themselves because Woody's not doing what they kind of anticipated. Or is that fair to say?
Yeah.
What they thought he was going to do, which was, throw everybody under the bus.
So, including him, too, or he is supposed to be nailed to the coffin, and they're essentially piggyback off of that. And to me, they just haven't proven it.
Yeah. They might need to stop cancel the funeral because I don't know if that nail in the coffin is going to go in there. Y'all go ahead and cancel that funeral just yet. You might have a couple others. Need some more evidence. Overall, what has been your opinion on the defense and their strategy?
You need to get a little more disruptive.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
You kind of have to be petty. I get all the emotions and all that stuff. I early read about just a couple of cases, case law that they reference and stuff. But honestly, they have a bit of a problem because you have to point out.
Hold it up here, man. Tell Teddy to hold it closer. Hold it closer.
An opportunity presents itself to do that because
We can't hear.
Gotcha. So real quick, and this was impromptu, so I did not plan it properly. So I apologize. Yeah. So what he said here, and I think that's a great idea. He said that the defense does need to be a little bit more, not a little bit more, a whole lot more disruptive. Really pointing out weak areas in it.
Where's the defense at? Aren't they saying anything?
In the objections. But
across their two proposals. Well, one individual.
does his name rhyme with real?
Yeah.
Okay. Immensely. I know you.
Have the baritone voice sharp enough, slick but come on, you put this to sleep. This is supposed to be bumper sticker talking.
So, in my opinion, I think it's fair to say that the going back to the prosecution, they're not painting a picture. They're not doing it. They're doing a paint. If you're old school and you used to get the old school coloring book, your favorite action hero coloring book, and you want to go home and you want to color it. Well, you start out on page 1, you start painting Peter Parker, but then you jump to page 9 and you paint Spider-Man. And you jump to page 11, you already start painting Electro and Doc Ock and all these kinds of stuff like that. But no picture's done. No picture gets finished. Instead of it getting done and getting finished, you just keep jumping from page to page. And I was trying to explain it to the woman sitting next to me. I said, they're following a plan. I know what they're doing. But the problem is they're not giving you a full or picture. And they're going to go. I said, I guarantee she'll go back to the green store. And like within 2 breaths, she was back at the green store, talking about the green store. And I think that's a limit. I don't know how people are following along. I don't know how anybody can keep track of what's going on. In my opinion. That's what I'm saying. Like, I need energy. Don't sit there and read off questions. Don't do that. Give me something. There's a personality. It is not. There's no. None of that. And I think that's going to put them in a pickle because they're not being able, good, bad, or different, whether they did or not. paint the picture so I can at least conceptualize what happened at the, like, because you got me going to the green store, you got me talking about shooting on the highway, you got me talking about the studios, and all this stuff within 12, 15 questions. I'm like, I don't know where I'm going.
Yeah, it's
Keep it close, she said.
the old school word is discombobulated.
Yeah, it's just very discombobulating.
But because it's so sporadic, it's just this is just an outside observer. Things need to follow patterns.
For sure.
There's a beginning, an introduction, then there's a problem, and then how you overcome the problem. So the story, the narration has to go around and so it closes the fire. I'm gonna be honest with you.
It's a wrap.
It's not going to be good because they're going to say, we don't want to do this again. People believe in reciprocity. I believe they'll say, I can't say who, but I believe they'll say, we don't want to put this on somebody else.
Evan.
We're just one tied to that. We're just running away and getting a very in the apartment and driving to the side of the watch house and stuff like that. What does it have to do with it?
I don't know. Y'all can hear okay, right? Right.
It's real low. It's real
Okay,
low.
sorry. Okay. No, that's a great point. Like, there's a lot of moving pieces that, again, don't really, I don't see how they come together. It would be like any of your, whodunit movies where they're spread out. What was that? Unusual Suspects?
Yeah.
Okay, think about Unusual Suspects. There's a lot of moving pieces of that movie Vantage Point, where there's a lot of different perspectives and stuff like that. I don't know how they all come together. I don't know why. Why do I care about things?
So you remember 24?
Yeah.
Any show ever besides Star Trek?
Absolutely.
No, Star Wars. I'm sorry. Oh.
It's hard. Like, it's the structure within that. You gotta, like, honestly, this is kind of like seasons.
No, there's no question about it.
This is like seasons to a show that the series finale is going to come, but we don't know when.
And
Hate that I had to do what I had to do. I'm a ignorance.
no, I got you.
That's to show you how for my pay. I'm almost a that's a lot.
Right.
I ain't got
No. But well, man, thank you, man. I'm looking forward to catch up with you again. The Hood Lawyer, the Hood Lawyer. We're gonna make sure we tag people in there. Let's make sure you're only on the gram, though. I mean, on Twitter, right?
No, I'm on YouTube.
You are on YouTube. Let's make sure we.
Well, what is his
Sorry.
YouTube channel?
Give me a YouTube channel real quick.
Seti Nash.
Seti Nash. CETTY. I'm sorry. CEDDYNASH. You don't live here. You ain't here, right? Wait, you in Atlanta? Hey, get out of here.
I'm dropping his link right now. So
Dude,
people, gosh, he got a big
I'm lame.
channel. All right.
I'm lame. I'm sorry. I didn't.
I'm
Y'all
jealous of
totally.
his channel. He's got 148,000 subscribers.
Loan me a subscriber or two or 5. Help me out. Help a brother out. I love it. No doubt. Yeah. But all right, we're about to run back in here, and y'all, I appreciate you. Let's I want to catch up with Mr. Copeland before and if not, I'll catch him next time I'm back. Sadly, they say he's gonna be up there till Friday.
I seen that.
I'm like, dude, that's cruel and unusual. Okay. So you got more hope than me. Well, y'all, I appreciate you. We're gonna get ready to head back over here, and I will get y'all some interviews, and I'll bring them back to the show tonight.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, I'll catch y'all in a minute. Be good. All right, go.
All right. So I'm going to get back to court. And if you didn't see him with Woody just a little bit ago, when he went into the lunchroom, he was like, "Hey, here's Woody." So I'm going to get back over to court. Here we go. Court is on lunch for another 20 minutes. I'm going to go grab something to eat. I'll be back. For y'all saying you sub Seti's channel, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It's good that we support each other like that. We have family here. While you're at it and we're at lunch, if y'all wouldn't mind subscribing to my YouTube channel, Miss Mandy Reacts. I'm putting it in the link or in the chat right now. It's a true crime police body worn camera. Channel. Thank you. I'm going to go eat lunch.
Another one, and another one, and another one, and another.
Okay, everybody, court is supposed to be back any minute now. I'm going to go ahead and unmute court. Jason texted me and said he is sitting in the seat directly behind the cameraman. Thank you, mods, for holding it down. You guys rock. Tell our mods they rock. Well, y'all can't hear me if I'm on mute. I said, let's make me tiny. It's a little bit better. Okay, I see some movement in the court. We come back just in time, didn't we? Get her away from the microphone.
You should be rinsing your bags.
Try not to block Woody. Okay, the jury's coming in. Thank you, Monica Mo Justice. Appreciate it. What did she say? Look, I'm sorry. I got to know what she said. We'll 125 it. Oh, it's a little cold even for me right now. Okay, that's what she said. So apparently she does have them hot flashes. I'm not hating on her for it. Turn the volume up. I think it's turned all the way up. It is. It's turned all the way up. They're not really doing anything. If it gets bad, I'll change it to another feed. They're not saying anything. Can y'all not hear her talking? Oh, no. I'll change it. I'll change it. Good for you. Did y'all hear that? Please tell me y'all heard that. No? Okay. Let me find it. All right, here it is on Fox Atlanta. We're going to go back because y'all need to hear that. All right, I got it. All right. That it? No, that's it. Here it is. All right. Let me know if y'all can hear this. Let me know if y'all can hear this volume. Okay, it just started, so give it just a second. I'm going to put it on 1.25 though. Y'all should be able to hear it in just a second. Okay, now you should be able to hear it. Hear it now?
I did nudge the temperature up a little bit. It's a little cold even for me right now.
Did you hear her say it's a little cold even for me right now? Okay. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Now listen to what Woody says. He didn't know, apparently. Watch this. Got it on 1.25 so we can catch up. It's on the highest it'll go.
Thank you. All right, go ahead, Ms. Tillman. Y'all be seated.
May I speak, Young?
Hear that?
I was told that, Mr. Melnick, been suspended, and I don't want to speak without my attorney.
All right. let me-
Did we hear him say that?
Excuse y'all back again. All right, give us just a second.
They should have told him. They should have told him. And they didn't tell him. That is awful. That is awful. They did not tell him. I can't believe this. I cannot believe. I'm outraged. Do y'all believe this man didn't know? No. Her report she put out was false. It was fake. It was a lie. This whole time, this man thought he was represented and he wasn't. She put out a statement too.
Yeah, that was brought to our attention fairly recently as well. The
Why
thing
didn't
is,
you
he's
do
going to
his?
be suspended for 6 months from practicing. It doesn't have anything to do with this case, but do you have another attorney that you want to engage, or would you like for me to find a volunteer, basically?
I would like for you to find one.
All right. Well, I had already, actually, the public defender's office had been in contact with me to try to find somebody without a conflict, and they have found somebody named Charles Engelberger. So let me.
So she
try
has
to
been
get in
working to
touch
find
with
him one. She just
and
didn't tell
see
him.
if he can get down here and consult with you. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So if you want to just step out for now, and I'll take a recess and see what I can.
Oh,
get done.
wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. So she has been working to find him one. She just didn't tell him. I am blown away. So is anything he said admissible? Because he thought he was under counsel. I'm actually in tears. I'm sorry. I feel like they did him dirty. Y'all forgive me. I'm sorry. Let the wheels of justice work for him like they work for everybody else. You knew. Why didn't you tell him? It's your responsibility. Sorry, guys. He has an immunity agreement, yes, but not from federal charges. He doesn't. They knew. They should have told him this whole time he was talking without counsel. So she has been working. Wait, Jason's texting me. Hold on. Okay, I'm voice to texting with Jason. Just 1 second. You had to run to your car Well, while you were running to your car, Woody just found out that he did not have counsel. And he said he didn't want to talk without counsel. Is she any better than Glanville at this point? She come in with big shoes on. What happened to Melnick? Melnick got suspended for 6 months. He can't practice for 6 months. Completely unrelated to this case. Because he failed to report to a client that they had a court date related to a child support hearing. And nobody told Woody that he didn't have counsel. So he's been talking 9, 10, 11, 12. He's talking for 4 hours without counsel. No permission to cuss. Come on. So I just don't understand why nobody told him. Maybe somebody thought that the next person told him. I don't know. But to me, that's very upsetting. Probably wondering why there are no objections. Yeah. If it were me, I would have been asking, excuse me, where's my lawyer at? Got to keep our wits about us. It was up to Melnick. Melnick could not legally inform him, I don't think. I don't think he was allowed to reach out to any client, though. You know, this isn't Saul Goodman. I don't think he was allowed to reach out to him. I could be completely wrong, but I don't think he was allowed to. But making a statement that they were working on getting him counsel, which obviously they were, since she already had a name and everything else. So obviously that part of the statement was true. She was working on getting him counsel. Why didn't she tell him is my question. Yeah, I thought so too, that he hired an attorney. Yep. That's what was said. Doug, I hate to agree with you. I hate to agree with you. I do. But I think they may be using him. Yeah, I think you're right. I don't even think he can contact him and tell him. Thank you, Dee Dee. I got my feels there for a minute. I'm sorry. That was unprofessional. I hope they do something about it, okay? Oh, that's a good point, Caustic. I'll do that. Will you text Phil and see if Melnick can legally inform his clients that he's been suspended? The chat wants to know. You know, I got lawyer friends. Let me text Natalie, lawyer chick. I don't know if y'all know her or not, but if you don't, you should subscribe to her. She's a wonderful person and a great content creator. Hey, Natalie. I am live streaming the YSL trial for a friend, and his Woody, long story. his lawyer got suspended and can't represent him. Can you tell me, is he illegally allowed to tell him that he's been suspended, or does someone else have to tell him? Or just give me a call. All right, girl. Love you. Bye. Of course I care, Carol. He's a human being. Yeah. Oh, Amy Cody, thank you for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate you. I'm with you, Miss Mandy. I'm in tears. It's heartbreaking. God bless you. This is heartbreaking. It's such a disgrace. I'm so grateful. This trash is public. It needs to be public. It needs to be. Thank goodness it's being streamed. I'm glad they got permission to live stream it. Thank you so much for your super chat. Oh, Joanne, you know they will be. You know they will be. And Jason's going to stream this evening, probably about 7 o'clock is usually what time he streams, to give an update of everything that happened. Thank you, TT. Is TT not the best moderator? Hair tired. I'm going to see if Natalie wants to join us if she's not in court. You guys know Natalie, lawyer chick? She has a great channel. Okay, we're going back apparently. I'll text her though. Turn my mic down. I am so sorry. I'll turn it down. And back to the Georgia Seal. Well, I'm glad we watched her, push a drawer in. Okay, Natalie is at court today, so she can't join us. Let me see if Courtaholic's available. Hey, this is Mandy. You're not able to jump on the live stream, are you? Okay. About how long? Well, let me ask you a question. If a lawyer gets suspended for 6 months, let's just say, are they allowed to contact their client and let them know that they're suspended? Depends on the reason. Okay, they're suspended without pay for 6 months, and it's unrelated to that case. Okay, so if their client testifies, can they use that testimony? They can use that testimony. But it is definitely grounds for a mistrial. Okay, can you hop on? Okay, I'm going to send you a link, okay? Okay. Right. Courtaholic is going to hop on in about 10 minutes. She's a criminal defense attorney. And she said it really just depends on the DA or the judge that suspended them and what they told them when they suspended them. So. Kamala Norris, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Georgia Seal, wisdom, justice, moderation, constitution. I don't see or feel it. I understand why you don't right now. I understand why you don't. But we've got to feel that here. We've got to rise above and be better, you know. And I feel that here in this chat every day. I do. But thank you so much for your $5 super chat. It means a lot. Goes towards the RICO fund. We are all jurors. I'm with you there, Laura. She's going to push through to the bitter end. I'm kind of with you, Gordon. And Dee Dee, yeah. I hope that's not true, but so they're going to get him a criminal defense attorney from the DA's office in there. Can I tell you what's heartbreaking? Yes, I'll tell you what's heartbreaking. The fact that I feel like intentionally did not tell him that he had a lawyer. And I feel like that they just used him. And I feel like if he was someone else, that they would have told him. Yeah, they didn't tell him his attorney was suspended. And I feel like they're using him. And they don't care that his life is in danger. And to me, it's incredibly heartbreaking. Like he is just a piece of paper that they're shuffling through. And to me, it's incredibly heartbreaking. And maybe I'm not expressing myself correctly, but does anybody else see what I'm saying here? You don't think that? And that's okay. And that's the wonderful thing about being people is we have the ability to think differently, and as long as we discuss it rationally, that's okay. I just don't see why they did not tell him. Why did they not tell him he did not have a lawyer? He was not represented. That the statements he was given, nobody was there to jump to his defense. Why? Why did they not tell him? That he testified for 4 hours with nobody there to jump to his defense. Nobody there to jump to his defense at all? Whether you have the duty to do it or not, you should do it as a person. Just as a person, as a human being. How often does a witness have a lawyer? In a murder case, I would say pretty often. Rust versus YSL. You know what? When it come up with Rico and Rust that the prosecution had withheld evidence, she threw that case out in minutes. In minutes. It has shown that the prosecution has withheld stuff in this case many times and it hasn't been thrown out. I'm blown away. Did you guys watch the Rust case? Did anybody watch it? Because that was something else. We should watch that. Do y'all want to watch the minute that the Rust case was thrown out? We'll go back to court when it goes live. Here. Let's as soon as Courtaholic's available, we'll grab her. Here we go. This is what happened in the Rust case. And tell me that this doesn't need to happen now.
Motion to dismiss with prejudice is granted.
The Alec Baldwin trial dismissed. We're going to break it down in this emergency sidebar episode right now with Palm Beach County State Attorney Dave Arenberg. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber.
Sorry.
I'll give him this contact information. Then we'll get the jury in. I'll release them.
They're going to get some non-jury things done.
Come on.
Oh, I seen the judge's face, yeah. Yes. Yes, that's a perfect breakdown. Let us hear. Turn the microphones on. Rich, I thought about that. He was going to do a little interview with them. I thought about that because it was almost the exact wording that we were using. I hope he did. I hope we're responsible for it. Somebody needed to tell him. Otherwise, he would have gone all day testifying. Don't y'all hope that we're responsible for that man finding out? Put Jason in the side chat. They're making a change. Shout out to DWC. Exactly. Dear what Christian making a change in its world. Is that Woody coming back in?
All right, Mr. Copeland, during the break, I was able to speak with Mr. Engelberger.
I
and
would
he
not get
is
back on that
happy to
stand.
Represent you. I've got his name and his phone number written down on this sheet of paper, which I'm going to provide to you, and you can call and speak with him this afternoon.
I'm not getting back on that stand without talking to him in length days.
And he is available beginning at 8:45 in the morning. So what we'll do is
So he gets
plan to
hours
pick up
to look up
there
this case that's been
tomorrow,
going on
with you and
for
with
years.
him available for you. And in the meantime, between now and then, you go ahead and give him a call and y'all can talk about whatever you need to talk with him about. Okay. All right. So we'll see you at 8:45 tomorrow.
You need enough time to talk with him?
Yeah, you
Exactly.
can talk with him for the next.
Oh, it's not today?
Yeah.
Oh, so he
Yeah,
available?
yeah, he's available today. He'll be waiting for your call.
I'm not gonna have any problem with him, is he?
I mean, I don't know why you should.
Okay.
All right.
You take care.
See you in the morning.
Be safe.
Okay, you too.
He's calling him right now. He's like,
All right,
Ring,
let's get
ring.
the jury in,
Pull up.
and I'll excuse them
No.
for the day until 9 tomorrow.
still crap that's all the time he gets to look over a murder trial. I don't know. Public defenders are pretty good. They're just really, really busy. I hope he leaves and hires a lawyer. That's what I hope. Dark prayers. I'm angry too and hurt and upset for Woody. I hope they're thinking, why wasn't he told that his lawyer was gone? That's what I'm hoping. Sure can't.
Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have had a little bit of a scheduling and procedural hiccup, I guess. So I am going to need to release y'all for the day and have you come back at 9 in the morning to pick back up.
Scheduling.
We're going to stay and get some other work done, but I'm going to release y'all. I'm going to remind y'all.
Don't put BS in the chat, guys, please.
You are to
Come on, we're better than that.
decide. We all good? Okay. Decide this case based upon the evidence that you hear in this courtroom. So do not try to find out any information from any source outside the confines of this courtroom. Do not refer to any kind of reference, either old school or online, to try to get information about legal terms, people, places, events, anything like that. Do not talk to anybody about this case. Don't let anybody talk to you about the case. And we will see you all in the morning. Y'all have a good afternoon and evening. And thank you for your time. Sorry, it was a short day today. Y'all are excused. See y'all at 9.
I'm sorry, my cat is demanding attention. I apologize. Hello. Look right there. Look right there. Look right there. Say hello. Is my mic really loud? I'm sorry. There. Is that better? Is that better with my microphone? Yeah, I think she does know I'm upset. She doesn't usually demand to get on my lap like that.
Okay, so state, I don't know what tomorrow holds. None of us do about this trial or anything else, but make sure that you've got some other witnesses lined up just in the event that who can get here quickly in the event that, you know, things take some other turn in the morning. Scheduling wise, I think I had mentioned yesterday that next week, I wasn't sure whether it was Monday through Thursday or Monday through Friday. But regardless of what they were told at this point, a juror has a family funeral that they have to travel for on Friday. I've confirmed that. So that will be a non-jury week in its entirety next week. All right. For us right now, I am hoping that there are some things that we were going to be doing next week that we can just go ahead and tackle today since we all are here anyway. So, well, I think Ms. Love, you were, I think, the one that was maybe taking the lead on the PowerPoint issue.
Okay, so I just got a
I
text
know you haven't
from
filed a written
lawyer.
response yet, but can you just
Melnick would
kind of
not be
run
allowed
us
to
through
contact Woody,
what your
even to tell
position
him he's
is on
suspended.
that, and maybe we can make
He would not be allowed.
can make a decision on that issue.
He could not say anything about law of any kind. No, it's not Melnick's responsibility. That would be amazing, Dee Dee. That would be amazing. And I would love to see it. She is the president of Gladco. If you don't know what Gladco is, look it up. I don't know if it was the judge's responsibility. I can't say. I don't know. But it wasn't Melnick's.
Okay, but no, basically, if your position is we think that it is admissible, what I'm asking for you to do now is tell me why you believe it's admissible, and I'll just make the decision. Okay, can you do that? Yeah.
Yeah, I know. She doesn't have a mic.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yes, Mr. Steele attached it to his motion.
Is it just me, or should this not be happening at all? There's nobody there to object on behalf of Woody to say, no, I don't feel like this should be admissible. This should not be happening at all.
And I mean, maybe it would be helpful, Mr. Steele, if you just quickly summarize your position as to its inadmissibility.
Your Honor, this is motion in limine number 49 supplement. It was refiled on August 9th of 2024 on behalf of Mr. Williams. And it was originally filed, and I just...
Oh, Kamala, that's a good point. That would be awesome.
Made it more...
He's a good lawyer.
Right.
But, and that was originally filed on April 17th, 2024. It is my opinion, my memory, and I checked the law and crime video YouTube, that
Shout out to
That was
YouTube.
a lot of our hearings. I don't know if you watch it, but it was a lot of hectic things, but Judge Glanville excluded it, and the state specifically said they're not going to use it. And to me, I just don't...
Is my mic way too loud?
Under 401, 2, 3. Because slide 1, it's titled YSL versus England
cut it down
Family
again.
Bloods. That is not the name of this case. I don't know why that would go up in front of the jury.
And
Um,
I think there are like
no.
80 something
Let
or
me change it.
more slides, and I'm not necessarily asking you to go through the details of each slide, just if you can summarize right now.
Okay.
And it may be that we have to get into the slide by slide
Okay, well,
position, but
it's basically a closing argument. That's really the summary as I would give it. It is something that the state would, over objection, use in their closing argument. And if the court allowed it, maybe that's okay. But for evidence coming in through a supposed gang expert who I'll be objecting to in addition, he already testified as an expert and he's the third supposed expert to testify. But there are things, Mr. Williams' home was illegally searched on the July 15, 2015 date. They have slides in there referencing that. They have slides
just don't
on
like these 'cause they're
information that
huge.
has not come into this
Is
trial
that better?
on supposed investigation and corroboration by law enforcement. I've never seen a corroboration.
Is that better?
Just like a
Let
trial
me know
by
in the
a
chat box
theory.
if that's better.
And that's
It's still
throughout.
pretty loud.
And
It
I'm
is.
objecting to the entirety of it. And I don't know why any witness, expert or lay person,
So
would be
his
allowed to
wife
use this
was,
type of demonstrative device to say, let me explain
his
to you the
wife
guilt of
was-
these people.
his
When
wife came in contact
specifically,
with COVID.
even
That's
an
why I was wearing a
expert
mask.
cannot talk about the mens rea or the
But
intention
my
of the
volume's
party.
better.
That's
Okay.
always within the breast of the jury. And this has multiple people, not just Mr. Williams, joining and committing crimes and saying what their intent was by their association. So I hope I've given you a summary, but if we want to go slide by slide, and a lot of information in those slides are not coming into this trial. The state has not called many witnesses that they said they were going to call, like Mr. Lamar, who's a performer known as Rich Homie Quan, Mr. Carter, a performer known as Lil Wayne, Mr. Williams, a producer performer known as Birdman. They have this information in that slide, and it's just a confrontation clause violation.
all right.
Your Honor, the presentation is meant as an aid for the jury to assist them or allow them to see how it is that Detective Dennis reached the conclusions that we expect will testify about in this case. There are instances where he references hearsay, what would be considered hearsay, but which he is allowed to use to form an opinion and to present an opinion. The slides that Mr. Steele references that have to do with matters that have been excluded from this trial, of course, we can see that those would come out and that we would not be attempting to introduce slides that show the inside of Defendant Williams' home as a result of the 2015 search of his home. But there is to exclude the demonstrative that we would be seeking to use through our expert. I don't hear a reason or any basis in law for the just all-out exclusion of information that we believe would be useful to the jury and that Detective Dennis relied on in coming to the conclusion that he did. Much of what is in the PowerPoint does summarize investigations that he conducted. It references persons that he interacted with. It references acts that occurred, investigations that occurred, and again, people that were either self-identifying one way or the other, or that referenced another person as identifying a different way. So we would ask that the court, based on what Mr. Steele has presented, just the fact that he doesn't think that it's admissible or it's a closing argument, that the court deny his motion that he not be allowed at all to use the PowerPoint.
All right. in fairness to Mr. Steele, he's ready to go slide by slide, and I asked him to summarize. So it's not that I asked him to summarize the argument. That's not all he would have to say. But this appears to me to have maybe originally been some sort of a law enforcement briefing. Is that what this was?
In terms of the investigation, of course, started out sort of as you know, them talking and law enforcement, various agencies talking amongst one another and briefing themselves. But in the end, this PowerPoint was something that was used by Detective Dennis in, you know, discussing the investigation with the district attorney's office, and that we believe as well would be useful in allowing the jury to digest pieces of information that he would be presenting through his testimony.
So tell me which slides you think you are absolutely concede are not going to be used. I mean, I'm just looking at one right now. It's, I think, slide number 36. It's got a lot of pictures, and it says a rap dispute between Lil Wayne and Birdman spilled over into Atlanta once rapper and YSL 30 Deep leader Young Thug got involved. I mean, how is that not totally conclusory and something that maybe this jury is supposed to be deciding? And that's just, you know, the one I happen to be scrolling onto right now.
Your Honor, the information that is in the letters, in the words rather, that are on the slide, we would concede removing that as conclusory, but Detective Dennis has shared, and I believe good share information regarding what law enforcement learned throughout this investigation as related to not just the Lil Wayne bus shooting, but how that related to YSL and members of YSL, and what the artist that goes by the name of Birdman, what they learned.
So you're saying all the words would be removed?
Not on this slide right here. I'm not saying all the words, Judge. I want to be really clear. I'm not speaking about all the words. I don't think that it's necessary for all the words to be removed from this PowerPoint. But when the court asked me to tell or identify the ones that I concede would be, you know, should be removed, I can, if the court permits me the time to go through it and look at those and pull those out, I can do that. But what we had was a whole hog objection to the entirety of the PowerPoint and an assertion that it was inadmissible overall.
Well, I mean, you're, I think at this point making the argument that you think it would be a demonstrative aid to, is this Dennis who's going to be testifying to this? And
we can sort of.
so let's look at like slide number 22. We've got people pictured up here who some, but not all of them were charged. I have no idea whether they were convicted. We got lots of shots of, you know, weaponry. There just looks like there's a whole lot that's not going to be appropriate or admissible. If you,
So what we're looking at, the slide that I have.
can you pull that mic over towards you? I think some of the people are having a hard time hearing.
So the slide that I'm looking at as number 22, I think is different than the one that the court is looking at as 22. So I'm not certain why. I'm looking at one that has Miss Entrevia Smith, Kelvin Watts, San Antonio Sledge on it. So it's different than the one that the court is looking at. I would ask that the court, if we're going to.
I mean, it's again, it's just kind of an example. So I think that maybe if this is going to have to be a slide by slide thing, that y'all get on the same page as to what PowerPoint you are even intending to use, and then you strike out, take out all of the ones that you concede and acknowledge are not admissible or would be overly prejudicial under the 403 standard. Take out all the words that you think that is not appropriate, and then get that back to me and I can look at it slide by slide. But
I think that would be good. I think I would ask for permission to do exactly that, Judge, as opposed to, because yes, I can do that, and I would ask for permission to do that.
okay, I'm gonna need that done by Friday.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so we can't do that today. We'll be doing that next week. All right, on the measure to suppress recently filed as to Mr. Ryan's statement from 2019, it looks to me now that it's been further particularized that there's an argument that he was not Mirandized. I don't know. I haven't seen the statement yet. I don't know if the state's position is he wasn't in custody at the time and therefore Miranda rights weren't required. I'm going to need an answer to that. I also need the statement from one side or the other so that I can have that, the benefit of actually being able to see the statement. Okay, so y'all get that to me as soon as you can. That ought to be an easy click something and send the email. And is the state, do you, I mean, I assume y'all are familiar with the statement they're talking about, and it was not used in his 2021 trial, but
Let me know if y'all.
I think Ms. Love, you've represented that you might want to use it in this trial. Is that right? Okay. Do you know whether y'all's position is that he wasn't in custody, or do you know what you're going to be arguing on that?
Just 1 second, Your Honor. We were actually going back and forth, and I'm having trouble getting onto our server. That's what I'm trying to do right now.
Can't hear me. Did she say they didn't Mirandize him? Can I go back to see if that's what she said? Do y'all mind? I'll 1.25 it. Can I go back and see if that's what she said? Do y'all mind? If not, I won't. Okay, I want to go back and see if that's what she said. Okay.
Something and send email. And is the state, I assume y'all are familiar with the statement they're talking about, and it was not used in his, I think Ms. Love, you represented that you might want to use it in this trial. Is that right? Okay. Do you know whether y'all's position is that he wasn't in custody, or do you know what you're going to be arguing?
Quite go back far enough, sorry.
I can do that, and I would ask for permission to do that.
Okay, I'm going to need that done by Friday.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so we can't do that today. We'll be doing.
I'm sorry. It's refreshing for some reason. I'm sorry.
It looks to
StreamYard's on
me,
StreamYard. Okay, here we go.
now that it's been further particularized that there's an argument that he was not Mirandized. I don't know. I haven't seen the statement yet. I don't know if the state's position is he wasn't in custody at the time and therefore Miranda rights weren't required. I'm going to need an answer to that. I also need the statement
He
from
wasn't
one
Mirandized.
side or the other so that I can have that, the benefit of actually being able to see the statement. Okay, so y'all get that to me.
How was this a trial?
As soon as you can.
he
That
wasn't
ought to be an
Mirandized?
easy click something and send the email. And is the state, do you, I mean, I assume y'all are familiar with the statement they're talking about, and it was not used in his 2021 trial.
How did
but
this go to trial?
I think Ms. Love, you represented that you might want to use it in this trial. Is that right? Okay. Do you know whether y'all's position is that he wasn't in custody, or do you know what you're going to be arguing on that?
Just 1 second, Your Honor. We were actually going back and forth, and I'm having trouble getting onto our server. That's what I'm trying to do right now.
Send an email. Send an email to the county. They're going to have to prove he was Mirandized. If there's a question, they're going to have to provide a video or something.
Your Honor, could the court give me a 10-minute recess? I wasn't expecting to argue this part of it, and I just need to.
Love, use your microphone.
I mean, I understand that all of this is on the fly at this point. We weren't going to take it up until next week, and now I'm trying to get something accomplished while we've got this unexpected free time. I don't think we need a recess for that. You just be working on that, and maybe I'll ask one of your co-counsel to address the next issue. Actually, I can ask, I can't see all the way around there. Is Mr. Harvey with us? Okay, who's here? Can you speak to, remind me your name? Try it one more time.
Lamar Gardner.
Okay, Mr. Gardner. Okay. Mr. Harvey had filed a couple of days ago a motion to exclude kind of, I guess,
Well,
what
hello,
he
sir.
phrased
How are you today?
untimely disclosed co-conspirator or alleged co-conspirator statements. Would you be able to identify specifically which co-conspirator statements he's saying were late identified?
I wouldn't be able to, but if you give me a minute, I can find out. Which
Okay.
Give him all the time he needs.
And then maybe today would be a good time to start looking at that
And my phone number.
exhibit list, and on the exhibits that there is not agreement on, kind of figure out, have those been admitted or have those not? Is that something you think we could all tackle today? We could try.
We can do the first part. We are almost finished with it. We can do a chunk of it.
Okay. All right, I'm going to step off for just a second. Y'all stay here and keep working. I'll be right back.
Oh, lousy. Here we go with the seal of Georgia. At least it's not with the Karen Reed trial. They would zoom in on a ceiling fan. People started calling it our only fan. I got so sick of looking at that ceiling fan. Let's see if they're back. Because we're on 1.25 speed. We can catch up to real time. Nope, we're still looking at the seal. This has been a crazy day. This has been a crazy day. I texted Jason. I said, did you tell Woody about his lawyer? Inquiring minds want to know. So maybe they'll let them step out for a few minutes and he'll text me back, because I want to know. I want to know. If you're just catching up with us, Woody's lawyer has been suspended from practicing law for 6 months. And on that, he cannot represent Woody for 6 months. And he wasn't even able to contact Woody to let him know. And the judge, the court, nobody there told Woody, well, I understand, Nick, but that's I've done all I can do. Sorry. he wasn't even able to contact Nick. So, let me go into the settings in StreamYard. Hold on a minute. It might be on auto. It's not. I'll cut it down a little bit. There. Is that better? Yeah, Melnick got suspended because he did not tell someone that they had an upcoming court date unrelated to the case. I'm sorry, I'm running my cat away. I apologize. Unrelated to the case, and it was due to a child support case. Kamala Wright. So. Nelson, that's a great question. It's a great question. But see, there's nobody there now to ask for that. There's nobody there to jump to Woody's defense and for 4 hours, and they're going to have him on the stand until Friday, we found out. And that's really upsetting, that they're going to have him on the stand till Friday, and they were going to let him do it without counsel. That bothered me really bad. Do y'all want to go back to the Rust thing? Now you can't hear me. Can't win, can I? Do y'all want to go back to the Rust thing? To the Rust trial? And watch that until court comes back? Cosmic Kitten is staying strong. I love every bit of it. I don't recall. Right. Thank you. We watch YouTube. Jason is on scene. He is in the courtroom today. All right. So let's watch some of the Rust. This is what RICO is supposed to look like. Okay. This is what it's supposed to look like when prosecution doesn't turn over evidence. Is that better? Let me know if that's better. Is that better? Yes? Okay. This is what it looks like, what it's supposed to look like.
Was in with the law enforcement officials in hiding this information. Apparently, this was not a mistake. This was something where they knew they had something that could be relevant, and they intentionally withheld it from the defense. And I think the key bit of information here is that law enforcement assigned it a different case number. Why would you assign it a different case number? Because the ammunition, it was discovered, matched the ammunition on the set of Rust. And that's something I still don't understand, Jesse. Maybe as we learn more, we'll figure out why the prosecution agreed with the law enforcement officials to assign it a different case number where it could not be found, where this looked like it was something nefarious.
Right.
And the other thing is this. I think the judge punished the prosecutor because the prosecutor here is a special prosecutor, someone who was assigned to the case by the current DA from the outside. And it was someone who's an experienced criminal defense lawyer, someone who knows better. So this isn't like some rookie DA, some rookie assistant DA who screwed up.
And by the way, this case was plagued with issues from the very beginning. How Alec Baldwin was charged. He was first hit with a criminal enhancement charge. That was thrown out. The charges were dropped. The charges were refiled. Prosecutors left the case. Did you know that we found out today that Erlinda Johnson, who delivered the opening statements in this case a few days ago, resigned? She resigned because she had a problem, apparently, with this hearing, this motion
New
to dismiss
Mexico.
hearing being held in a public forum. What did you make of that?
Okay, they're back.
All right, Ms. Lab, were you able to get on the server? Okay. So can you tell, and if you don't know right now, that's fine, but if you do know about the statement.
So he gave a statement, after he was read his rights. Mr. Williams just sent over, what she called a particularized, motion.
Okay.
Regarding these statements.
I gifted you a membership, Grandma.
Use your mic, please.
You look good in green.
I was just reading what Ms. DeWilliams sent over just now, that she had labeled a particularized.
Ms. T. Williams, did you not provide that to opposing counsel when you emailed it to the court? Or is this yet another new one?
It just came
I'm
through on me.
confused.
I don't.
Is it the motion or is it the statement?
So what just came through on my email, was labeled particularized Jackson Deno motion.
Right.
So I was reading.
It may just be the same title. I think this is the statement itself, which I had asked somebody to send. So thank you, Misty Williams.
You're absolutely right, though.
And I would think you would have been copied with the.
I'm sure I was. I
Okay.
got that.
All right. If you're not already,
It does it
just
automatically,
generally familiar
Grandma.
with it, that's fine. I'll look at the statement and wait for your response, and we'll deal with it on next week. Go ahead.
So the question the court had initially asked was it in custody, and was
Right.
it one that we
You're welcome.
intended to use? So the first part was, it is a custodial statement. And it was one that for the sake of brevity, at one point, we were pondering with not using it, but, under the circumstances, he was convicted of this murder.
Everybody's saying something
And given
different.
that he was convicted of the
But
murder,
that's a Georgia bar rule.
and the evidence we intended to put up in addition to the
I still think they
conviction,
should have told him.
there were considerations we were making in terms of brevity. Like, do we use it? Do we not use it? Do we use portions of it?
That is fantastic to hear that y'all are making considerations based on brevity. I encourage that wholeheartly. Go ahead.
And so, in as much as there's a need to have a Jackson Deno statement, just
They don't have to Mirandize unless
because
they're
of
asking
that
questions. I'm guessing
possibility and,
they asked a murder suspect
that
questions.
uncertainty.
Okay. Okay, but you're saying it was custodial and that he was Mirandized?
He was Mirandized. I think maybe the issue is that
Proof.
the issue may be that, was it a full, like Miranda? Was it, like, was
doesn't make
was
sense.
he fully apprised of his Miranda rights?
Okay, well.
That doesn't make sense. Look at her
I guess
face. She's
we'll
like,
take that
what
up
does
with
that
you."
mean? Her face is like, just loved the eye roll, though. She's like, what's a full Miranda? Like a myrrh?
And I don't know, Misty Williams, was I misunderstanding what you said in your motion? I thought you said that he was not given any Miranda rights at all. Or warnings, not rights, but warnings.
Look, she about to talk. Try not to be sarcastic.
Okay.
You can do
He
it, girl.
wasn't given his full Miranda warnings at all.
Okay, but that's not exactly what you said in your motion.
And then also they have a procedure they're supposed to follow, and Detective Hogan did not follow those procedures.
Okay, that's also not in your motion.
Would you like me to redo my motion?
You don't have to redo your motion as long as I know what it is actually arguing, but I mean, you ought to try to get it right to begin with.
So we're going to be on the calendar for next week, Your Honor,
Yeah, but I told y'all that yesterday. That's not a surprise.
on Monday?
I don't know when we'll get to it. We're gonna be working all week next week. Be prepared to deal with it on Monday.
Okay.
Saying he wasn't Mirandized is pretty clear. I mean, is anybody else confused?
Okay. All right, so that's that. We'll deal with that on Monday. I have the statement now, so, and I understand what your argument
Does anybody
is.
in the chat not know what not having a Miranda warning means? Because if you're confused, let me know.
And if there's anything
Please
about
don't say
a
WTF in the
procedure
chat. That's just not okay.
that you mentioned that they didn't follow a procedural that they were supposed to follow, if you've got law that it's legally required, then please have that at the ready. All right. Okay. Do we know yet, which of the co-conspirator statements
no cursing
are
or-
asserted
or-
to have been
or
late disclosed?
Insinuated
Three
curse words
particulars
either,
that he
please.
mentioned in the motion, Your Honor. I'm still waiting on a response for the exact three statements, but I do know that those statements were provided outside of the November 5th, 2023. State filed a supplemental motion to introduce co-conspirator statements. I think in generally, he's objecting to any of them, any statements that were provided outside of that November 5th date. But speaking to the three that
Yeah,
he
that's what
mentioned in his
Transplaning
recently
Texan was
filed
saying.
motion, I still have not received that information yet.
All right. So we'll
shame on him for
wait
not
on
doing
that
it.
as well. And
I'll turn my volume.
there's some, I think, allusion in there to wiretaps. So I don't know if there are statements that were contained within wiretaps. Okay.
You got me, Kenneth. I don't
We'll
have
deal with
any
that,
idea.
I guess further as well next week. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, as the Harvey rule is in effect, my stance has been that, and
Is this
really,
better?
this has
I
been
turned
my
the volume
stance,
up
and I believe it's
internally.
other attorney stance since way back over a year ago, is the ball has been in the state's court to identify hearsay exceptions that they contend falls under the co-conspirator exception. They did file a motion that was timely that identified three, and we've discussed those three. But at this point at trial, and I know we discussed this last week, my recollection, and if I'm wrong, I apologize. My recollection is that we discussed this last week, and the state was to provide specificity on the statements that they plan to use. So
That's right. And
we still don't.
has
my
it
knowledge,
still
no.
not been done?
We provided a host of the statements from the wiretap that we've identified, I think over 200. There's clips, there's small statements, but the point of it is that the statements contained with the wiretaps, within the wiretaps in the jail file, were statements that defense counsel referenced to the court were things that they were objecting to as we were ongoing, since they were all turned over and everyone had to review all the same batch of evidence. So we turned over a number of statements that were contained within those wiretaps that count from our standpoint as co-conspirators.
Okay.
And that may or may not be what Mr. Sharp is referencing now. That is the only thing I can think that he's referencing now, since
Hey, Axel.
Okay, I mean, it ought to be that, I know that's not what you were referencing. You were referencing that there was a universe of 3 identified and dealt with, and now there's more. But with regard to what's in the wiretaps and
Is my mic better now,
jail
guys?
calls, now that y'all have identified them with particularity, we can deal with them. I do think it sounded like y'all were sort of doing it in a rolling way with regard to some of that. So that's fine. We'll take those up individually. Is there anything, are there any other potential co-conspirator statements that have not
Is
been
my mic better now, or do I need to turn it up?
particularly identified
It's excellent.
now?
Okay, thank you.
There may be others in the Instagram phone, the Instagram and in the phone dumps. And
I wish Miss Love would use her microphone.
jail calls, we had.
She needs to be as loud as that jacket. No, I'm just kidding. I actually like her jacket a lot.
Supplementing as we went through and identified any more.
All right, didn't I give you a deadline?
You gave her lots of deadlines. That don't mean nothing to her.
You provided some by that deadline, but not all?
That don't mean nothing to her, sis Wit. I'm sorry. Wit.
And we have identified, we've gotten through up to a certain point.
I'm not fashion shaming. I actually really wish I could wear that.
Uh-huh.
We have identified up to that.
I think it looks good. Pink is my favorite color.
Providing, since they had them, we were trying to at least identify as many of all
Heck,
of the
Miranda,
ones
what
that
you
they
mean?
had since the beginning as we could. And we were continuing to supplement them as we saw them. We indeed went through, we have made the best effort that we can to comply with the court's instructions to identify those calls that we consider co-conspirator statements. We've been doing that with the wiretaps, the phone calls, the jail records, the phone dumps.
Cut her too. And it looks good on her. She rocks that haircut too.
Continuing to identify those that fall into that category.
Okay, so you had a deadline, the deadline has passed, and I mean, at some point, a deadline needs to mean something.
Ooh.
Why y'all don't already know what evidence you're gonna use is beyond me, but.
At some point, a deadline means to mean something.
We do and had identified, obviously, pieces of evidence that were more discreet and were smaller in number. But as far as the wiretaps, of course, we've had teams working on.
Okay, but I mean, the wiretap, that you said you've done that now, so what about the rest of it? The Instagrams and the phone calls?
We're listening. What about the rest?
You said there might be more in those.
We're still going through all of those. We've identified and we literally created a link and we have put them in the link and served them. And anything that we found or find past the point that we served initially.
I see you. We watch YouTube.
We are providing that as well. We are, from our position, of course, the court has given us the deadline. Of course, we're trying to comply with that deadline. When we provided information to the defense and.
Excuse.
There's something at the very end that, by happenstance, someone has seen that we have not yet identified, that we did not yet lay eyes on, that is in some way inculpatory. The volume of calls, our position is.
Consequences.
We turn it over, we should not be precluded from using it, but we are trying to comply with every instruction that the court has given us. We are making our very best efforts to do that. And we believe that as the court has said, we are aware that we have these ongoing obligations. This is not information that we've not turned over. This does not fall into that category of.
Yeah, I understand that it is somewhere in the universe of discovery that's been provided, but it has not been identified as, here is a co-conspirator, what we assert to be a
This chat is
co-conspirator
fantastic.
statement.
You guys are great.
Because there is
Like,
essentially a standing
just being for real, I love you
objection
guys.
demanding that before anything gets admitted as a co-conspirator statement, the state establish the prerequisites for its admission as a co-conspirator statement. And so I have to make a ruling on each of those things. And until it's identified, I can't possibly make a ruling because we don't know what we're talking about. And I don't honestly think that my directive that there needs to be a deadline is the first one that's been issued in this case. I believe Judge Linville had also said this all needs to get done at this point.
As it related to the wiretap information and the information that we're going through now and identifying co-conspirator statements from, that was a matter that, just by nature of the way that we were proceeding with the case, that was addressed as we proceeded.
Okay. Okay. Well.
But we do have, and we have identified, and we can discuss, I think, over 100 if we were to start now and start
All right.
talking about them. We have
So at some point, there just has to be some kind of management of this case. It just cannot, I mean, I guess it could be, but it seems not practical that the case is going to go on forever because you're going to use every possible piece of evidence that you can uncover. I mean, that's no way to try a case. And it's not fair to the other side of any case to not know, for the most part, going into the trial, what the evidence is going to be. And I mean, we've had this discussion before, but y'all also, aside from that, y'all have got to kind of get a handle on what your case is going to be and decide what needs to be culled and what really needs to be presented.
Get them.
the only reason that I can say that the reason that we want and feverishly seek to look at it all is that we don't want to be precluded in the event that, we don't anticipate playing every single co-conspirator statement that exists in these wiretaps.
Right.
But in the event that there is one that is particularly important, and it's one that we didn't say by this date, oh, we're going to use this one, because we had not yet
Right.
found that one, smoking call or whatever it is.
Okay.
Our position is just that it
Okay.
disadvantages that, just to an extent that we did not make the call. We feel that we should be allowed to at least access those that not whole hog all thousands of co-conspirator statements, but in the event that there are some, and we will narrow them down.
Okay. All right.
But we've identified one.
All right. Well, get the rest of them identified and
Yeah, Maya.
that
She does.
identification information to the state by the end of this week.
Your Honor, may I respond briefly, just so we're all on the same page? I don't mean to go tit for tat. That's not my intent here. But if the state is referring to the email sent to us on on August 9th of 2024 at 11:23 p.m., from what I can see, there's approximately 150 to 200 calls off the wiretap. They are not, some of these calls are 15 minutes. It's not about me listening to it. That's fine. I've already listened to this stuff. But just attaching a 15-minute call, a 10-minute call, doesn't necessarily indicate what co-conspirator statement you're intending to introduce. So there's just not a lot of specificity. Now, some of them are shorter.
My guess is, from what Ms. Love just said, she wants to cover all her bases. And so if there is anything said by that person in that call, she wants to be able to potentially use it. So I think she's saying every bit of it might be a co-conspirator statement. Am I wrong? No. I'm not wrong.
Well, if the intent is to litigate that, then I think I'm stating the obvious. It creates a whole lot of outside the presence of the jury litigation about stuff, because the state is not, and the state control this case. They controlled when to indict it, and they.
Well, y'all did file, I don't know who it was, but a speedy trial demand. But you're right,
Yeah, how
they
did that
indicted
go?
it. So they knew a speedy could have been filed and they needed to be ready. I don't know that everybody filed one, but did everybody?
I filed one. It wasn't recognized by the court.
You did not file one.
I did. But it was-
You're right. Yeah, I think it was within the period where everything
He's
was
like, "Oh, yes, I
stayed." Is that
did."
what happened?
He filed a constitutional speedy.
No, I filed a statutory speedy.
Okay.
And
Anyway, at least some people have filed a statutory speedy that was recognized, and y'all are all being tried together, so that drug the whole case to trial at the same time. However, you are right that once the state indicted, they knew a speedy could be filed and needed to be ready to go, or either sever people out. It doesn't require a response. It's a statement of fact. Okay. So
Wow, aren't we in a mood today?
can we start on the exhibit list? I don't think there were that many that were in dispute.
Your Honor, excuse me, I don't believe we have the exhibit list yet. Is that correct, Ms. Hilton?
Oh, no. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm not being clear. One of the things that was proposed, I think by Mr. Steele, was why don't we take a chance to look at all of the exhibits that have been admitted so far and make sure we're on the same page about that. And I don't think there was that much dispute about that. So I'm thinking, let's do that right now. Y'all do have that, right?
The
Yes.
state was going to provide the list that we believe is the list of admitted exhibits. And so I'm getting ready to forward what we've created, but it's individual by the acts as they came in. And so I'm getting ready to forward that to everyone, but we were actually having printed copies brought down so that everyone could actually physically have one in their hand. And so that's what we were hoping would be down here by the time you finish, but I can forward what we have and it'll just take a little more time because it'll be electronic.
All right, so it seems that Mr. Steele's, what was it? It was like an Excel spreadsheet that was provided is pretty organized and orderly. Have y'all not tried to kind of match up what y'all have to that?
We have been matching that up. There are instances where electronic exhibits were shown to witnesses that we don't have a printed copy of to confirm that it was the exact exhibit that was admitted. There were instances where changes were made. There were multiple instances where the court required redactions, but we did not.
All right. So we're not ready on that either. So I think it may be that we actually need the prior court reporter in court one day for that next week. So why don't I figure out which day is the best day for her to do that? But that is something else y'all need to be ready to go with on Monday.
They're gonna pull the former court reporter in.
I mean, I think I've been through my whole list of what's outstanding and there doesn't seem to be anything we can accomplish today. Yes, sir.
If I may, Your Honor, last week we painstakingly went through transcripts.
Yes.
And redacted certain things. My understanding is that the state was going to have a printout. I think over our objection, their plan is to just pause the sound during redacted periods. But my understanding is they were going to provide a transcript with all the redactions after Your Honor's rulings, so we could review them and just make sure we're 100%. And if there's
Right.
an issue, we're not bringing it to you at the last
Well, I
minute
don't-
with
I-
the jurors
I fully-
in the box.
I fully expect you
So
to.
I don't believe that we've been provided the redacted transcripts yet, or the state's version of the redacted transcripts, and we would like to at least have those so we could review them prior to them being
Okay,
played.
and is that correct that y'all plan to just pause the parts that are redacted? So y'all
John, I
better
think
be
it's just
really
you.
good on the trigger with that. There are some parts where it's like, part of a sentence, but not the next sentence.
Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, with evidence reviewer, it was a challenge to convert to the MP4 so it can be clean. It was distorted because we tried doing that previously. So that is the state's plan. I will send over the highlighted versions of the transcript that's redacted in a moment, as soon as I finish sending over the exhibit list.
Okay, so y'all can't just, there's no way that y'all can either put something together that is
No.
just the unredacted part or fuzz out the redacted part?
Does the court mean for the video?
I mean, I don't know how y'all are intended to play it. If you're intending, I don't know how you're intending to play it.
So, Your Honor, we're playing it through evidence reviewer, and we have successfully muted the portions of the video where it has continued to play in front of the juror, but it's very easy, and we have successfully done it on multiple occasions,
Okay.
muted the sound while the video continues
Hey,
to
discernment
play
bias.
for a couple of reasons.
Okay.
One, to allow the jury to see what's going on during that time, but two, to make certain they don't hear what is being said.
All right, so I'm glad to hear that it's muted at least, so there's no possibility or very little possibility that they'll hear something they're not supposed to hear. And so y'all have done that with video already where they're seeing that something else is going on that they're not privy to?
Yes, we've done that on multiple occasions.
Defense lawyer tree,
Something that everybody agreed to?
unless he gets a private
We
lawyer
objected to
tonight.
that because it appeared to us that if the jury's sitting in the box and they're watching a video.
They're
and-
going, wonder what they're saying now.
Exactly.
So have y'all provided any explanation for that?
No, because the same way that if we were to cut it out and it skips to a
Uh-huh.
part of the video, the jury would be wondering, wait, that didn't make sense. It skipped to an unrelated part. So even if we had the ability to cut out and cut and splice, it would be as choppy as it is.
Yeah.
And on other occasions, the jury.
Not if I edited it.
So let me ask you this, if it's like a 2-minute redaction, are we just sitting in silence for 2 minutes?
No,
What's
generally,
going on?
Well, in some instances, if it's a small redaction, we'll let it play. But like 2 minutes, we'll fast forward and say on the record, we are fast forwarding from here to here. We'll mute it and say, Your Honor, we're stopping at this point and we're picking up at that point. And that's what we do. We literally just take the advancing button and advance it to the point in the future that we're playing.
But let me just say, it really has not played out that smoothly in the past. Yes, there have been some occurrences where they've been able to mute it and
Yeah.
it goes smoothly, but in other instances, yes, we're sitting here for 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and then in other instances where they try to skip ahead, they skip ahead, but then it's not quite far enough or it's too far, then got to come back a little bit. So it hasn't been played
Yeah,
out that
and I
smooth.
mean, we got a lot of videos to get through, it sounds like. So can y'all endeavor to find out whether maybe even if you have to outsource it to somewhere else, you could put something together that's spliced, because that is
Hire an
a
editor.
whole lot better than, I mean, it may sound like, oh, wait, that's weird, but That's better than, well, something's going on here.
I'm
So
available.
we've spliced, we have done that. We've actually taken the videos that
Or
have to
join
be
my
played
YouTube
through
channel.
Evidence Reviewer, and we've formatted it, converted it, just as Ms. Hilton said, into an MP4 format.
Right.
That does not play smoothly
Right.
at all.
Okay, and I hear you saying that y'all do not have the ability to do that, but I mean, people put big multi-million-dollar trials on all the time. There are all kinds of outside, I don't know what they are, but companies who do things like this. Can y'all look into whether y'all can get that done? Because that would be a way, way better way to do it.
Go on
both
Craigslist,
time-wise
man.
and
Get
in
an
terms
editor.
of
I mean,
the
come
jury
on.
not seeing and wondering, well, what's going on right now?
Her argument is really we can't
Both of
hire an
those
editor
reasons. Y'all see what you
for
can
real.
do about that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And while we're kind of just
Fiverr,
on the
exactly.
topic of
Right.
that, is
Go
your
on Fiverr and
plan
get an editor. They can get this done tonight.
to play, like, you know, for instance, we went through
This is
5
not an argument.
video statements of Mr. Copeland outside the presence of the jury to determine what parts were admissible and what parts were not. And Ms. Hilton, you've asked him about at least parts of all 5 of those statements. Is the plan ultimately to then play the entirety minus the redacted portions of all of those statements?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Judge?
Yes.
With tax
Can I,
dollars? Yeah, I'm okay with tax
if I
dollars
may direct a
editing. I
question
mean,
to the state,
I-
just
I
to
kinda
make
get
sure
that.
I'm clear. So we're talking about obviously the videos, but we're also talking about the redacted transcript as well, the actual physical transcript.
Okay. Now, I thought y'all had told me that no, you didn't intend to pass out.
Oh, in the middle of
transcripts,
trial.
like,
Okay,
to
I
the
get you.
jury. Is that right?
Straight.
No, Judge, no. We said that we would correct the transcript
Right.
and redact them so that
For the benefit of the other side. We're not planning to give transcripts to the jury, are we?
no, no. We were asking to do that. I think there was an objection. I just wanted to be clear. We never said that we were not, because we would be asking that the court simply instruct the jury that the transcripts are not evidence. I think that when
Maya,
the objection was
self-help.
raised, it was that the
If you need
transcripts
to
were
take a break
different.
today, take a
And
break
that they
today.
didn't want them to be reading something that was not actually being said. And our position is that the court has the
If you need
ability
to-
and,
if you
you
need
know,
to take
generally
care of yourself,
does
take care of
instruct the
yourself,
jury.
okay?
What
We'll
you
be
hear is
here
the
when
evidence,
you
not
need
what you're
us,
looking
okay?
at. So that was the reason that that was another
But you
reason
take
that
care
we
of
were
yourself first,
endeavoring to get them
okay?
as accurate as we could and to get an agreement on it. I thought that the court had said, before we give anything to
Right.
the jury, we wanted to get as much an
Y'all
agreement
at
as
least
we
get
could.
agreement as to what everybody thinks is being said.
Yeah, our position was that we are absolutely objecting to the jury getting the physical transcripts. I think the discussion we
Yes.
were having was that once we had made a decision as to what was being redacted,
Right.
we were going to get a physical copy of the transcript. And so my question was, because I heard Ms. Hilton say a little while ago something about the highlighted portions, and I just wanted to be clear that I think what she is sending to us, and she can correct me if I'm wrong, is that they're going to send us the transcript, and perhaps the portions that have been redacted out are going to be highlighted so we can identify that. Am I correct about that, Ms. Hilton?
Yes, you are.
Okay. But if you intend to ask the court to let the jurors have a transcript as kind of a listening aid, I don't necessarily have a problem with that. I know that is what we all used to do back in the old days. And there are definitely things on all of these that are difficult to discern what's being said. But we all also recognize that the transcription of at least some people's statements was far less than accurate. So are y'all planning to have them retranscribed or corrected or something?
Yes, that is the
Okay.
reason that when I said any transcript before we even offer or ask to be passed out to the jury,
Okay.
we would correct and share with the defense and get some kind of consensus, even if it isn't an exact consensus, before we even ask the court to pass it out to the jury. The highlighted portions that Ms. Hilton was
Okay.
giving was just to aid in our discussions and agreement
Okay.
with regard to the redacted.
Okay, well, we got Mr. Copeland on the stand right now, and I hope that by Friday we are finished with him. Because that's a lot of days of one person's testimony.
That's ridiculous,
But
is
if
what that is.
part of that is you're planning to play
That's
for him
waterboarding.
his statements to present him with his prior inconsistencies, they need to have seen the redacted videos, seen the redacted transcripts, and had a
Did y'all catch
chance
that?
to review that for themselves and digest it.
Woody's going to be
And
on
it's Tuesday.
stand till Friday.
So before we before we attempted to pass it out, we would indeed give them time to digest it, understanding that it is Tuesday. We had been working on the redacted video portion, and that we were planning to do it one way, but the
All right.
court,
When do you expect to be able to get this to them? Everything that has to do with Mr. Copeland's video statements that are going to get played.
So, Your Honor, the state intends to give them 3 of the transcripts that has redaction, which
Okay.
is what we talked about last week. I can provide that to them this afternoon.
Perfect.
As far as a transcript that we were going to give to the jury, the only transcript at this point that has been fully corrected and ready is the June 10th
Okay.
interview.
Yeah,
So
stand
that's
on
the
that.
only one that we would intend to give to the jury is the June 10th interview. And we have that with the corrections that we will give to defense counsel today.
Also this afternoon. Okay.
Your Honor. As far as the video, we would have to find the outsourcing of it when we leave here today
Okay.
to determine how long that will take and if we can.
Okay.
If we cannot, then we're prepared to move forward in the fashion that we discussed earlier.
Okay. Well, that's
Yes.
definitely less than ideal.
it
Yes,
has not
finest.
gone as bad as, honestly, the playing, the pausing, the
You are
muting
correct.
of the videos, the muting of the videos has not been the problem. It has been sometimes when we have, actually, it was when we were doing the MP4 that we
That's
were
not true.
advancing and it was
Yeah.
starting and stopping because of
Yeah.
server issues.
Okay, it's still less than ideal. So I understand you're saying I may not be able to get this together in the next 2 days, but for all of the remaining witnesses, if you can't, honestly, if you can for him, I'd rather you do it for him as well. But I'm just sure that can be done. I'm sure there is somebody out there that can splice it as needed, but have it where it is still something that can be heard and understood. So, okay. So anything else? If not, I'll just go. Y'all can do your work and I can do things like other cases or listen to the statement or things like that to get ready for next week. So anything else today?
Your Honor, I'll file a particularized brutal motion for Mr. Kendrick's statement.
Okay, did you just file that today?
No, I will do it though. I have the.
Oh, you're
time-
planning to?
Yes,
Okay.
I have the timestamps like the court wanted.
Perfect.
I'm just trying to make sure it works, and I'll include other people here, and I'll send it to them first as a rough draft to make sure that I didn't miss anything for their
Okay.
clients. And then with regards to next Tuesday morning, just as a reminder, your honorable court has allowed me,
Yes.
I just wanted to.
Thank you for reminding me
Oh,
of
thank
that.
you.
And
Thank you.
and you'd be back with us by when?
I think I'm the second case on the calendar, so 12 o'clock. 12.
Okay,
But
all
I
right.
better check though their schedule.
Okay, so Mr. Steele had asked and I had permitted him to, he's got an oral
too.
argument in another case before one of our appellate courts scheduled for Tuesday morning. And I had said, yes, I'll excuse you to do that since I knew we were non-jury anyway next week. So then it sounds like both Monday and Tuesday will be starting, at noon instead of, or let's just say 12:30 instead of in the morning time. All right. All right. Okay, so let's adjourn for the day. We'll be back at 8:45 in the morning. Y'all have lots of work to do, especially y'all on this side. right,
especially
thank
the
y'all.
prosecution. All right, so they're adjourning. I do have some news. Wait till y'all hear this. Talk to Jason. He sent me a text, and he is taking responsibility for telling Woody about his lawyer. So, DWC crew, we are making changes in this world. We are making changes for the good. We can be proud of ourselves. Jason's going live at 5 o'clock. I've already set up the live stream. So he's going to update everything that happened. He's going to play interviews, and he has an announcement. I don't know what it is, but he is in court. I'm sure he's leaving, and he's got to drive home. It's a little drive. So everything happens for a reason. Absolutely it does. But we made a difference today. DWC made a difference today, and that makes me feel better about the situation. I don't know if it does you guys, but it does me. It makes me feel much better about the situation, because he could have kept talking. You know what? He could have kept talking. Glad he didn't. Because everybody deserves a defense, deserves counsel. And he was just meant to be there today. He was just meant to be there today. So, he has some kind of announcement at 5 o'clock. I don't know what it is, but he said to make sure everyone was there. So 5 o'clock Eastern time, that's 3.5 hours from now. Okay, so be there, and I will see you guys at 5 o'clock Eastern. Well, you'll see Jason at 5 o'clock Eastern. Bye, guys.